Hello and welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting today, the special meeting to discuss the sewer. Today is August 12th, 2020. We're getting off to a slight late start. If you're going to call in today, you'll dial 646-558-8656 and enter the meeting ID when prompted 811-2146-6394, followed by the pound or hash sign. Fred, if you'd like to get started, go ahead.
Thank you, Monica, and welcome to this special meeting of the Lower Makefield Board of Supervisors. At this point, I'll call the meeting to order and ask that you join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I will now call the roll. Supervisor Blundy?
Here.
Supervisor Grenier?
Here.
Supervisor Lewis?
Here.
Supervisor McCartney?
Here.
And I am here. We have a quorum. At this point, I'm going to turn the meeting over to our solicitor, Mr. Trulove, who has a statement, and then we'll start the meeting off.
Yes, the township received on August 6th, 2020, a letter which was dated August 5th, 2020, from the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority expressing an interest in revising one or more of the two binding bids that it submitted in May 2020 in accordance with the requirements of the township's request for bids, or RFB. Even though the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority knows the bidding process is closed and that the rules of the bidding process in which they had already participated do not permit modification of binding bids after they have been open and publicly discussed, Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority stated it might want to submit a modified bid at an increased price subject to certain contingencies. Of course, by this time, Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority already knew the terms and amounts of the other bids, since they had been publicly discussed at our June 15th, 2020 meeting. Because the procedure set forth by the township by which all bidders, including Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority, had up to that point complied, did not allow for a new or substantially modified bid so late in the process, because the expression of interest from Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority was contingent and not a valid or binding offer or commitment, because Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority already knew the amounts that the other bidders had bid, and because the letter submitted by Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority was not in the format and did not contain the detailed information that Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority knew were required for actual bids, the August 5th, 2020 expression of interest by Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority was not considered by the board, as it is neither valid, permissible, nor fair. And I'm going to depart from the prepared statement just for a moment. I will say that the frustration level of many once this was received is very high, given the potential what it appeared to be from the numbers, although again, it was a contingent bid. It is clear that this was submitted in a way that was attempted to, of course, to modify our approach to this, and that's understood. The problem is, as indicated, this was something that could create substantial litigation, cost to the township, not only delay in the process, but would impair perhaps the value of the system itself in terms of its marketability. Some of these are unknown, of course, and we can only speculate. But this was vetted by several different attorneys, reviewed it many different ways, and the statement and the advice given were not given lightly. So I wanted to make sure that that was understood by the viewing audience and those who are participating in this meeting.
Dave, can I ask you a question real quick?
Sure.
Just to look, I'm looking at it an even simpler way for comparison. When we went through the RFP process for engineers, for example, we laid out, we had some requirements for them to submit lawsuits, political donations, other stuff. And a few of them didn't submit everything they were supposed to, so we disqualified them just because they weren't checking the boxes. This probably goes beyond that, but for a very simple comparison, is that
I think that's a fair analogy. I mean, again, it's, not to diminish the role of engineers, obviously, but the magnitude of what we're talking about certainly perhaps dwarfs that. But at the same time, we're talking about a process, and I think that's what's very important to keep in mind. The process, which was voted on by this board unanimously, followed rigorously, participated in by those who I indicated had participated, clearly indicated an understanding of what, for lack of a better term, the rules of the game were. And, without getting into litigation strategy, it's pretty clear to a lot of us that if this was to be accepted as a bid and acted upon, it would not have been without substantial challenge. I'll just leave it at that. But I think your analogy is probably a fair one. Yes. So,
thanks.
Yep.
I'm trying to make it simple for myself.
Well, it's not easy even for the lawyers who looked at this, but again, a frustration level that is substantial for a lot of us. I'll just put it that way. So.
Thank you, David. With that, we will go to agenda item number 5. And before I even mention the agenda item, I'm going to refer back to Mr. Trulov, our solicitor.
Thank you, Dr.
For a little context.
Yep. I'm sure many folks who are observing and watching and listening are aware that back in the end of June, early July, an injunction petition was filed. And one of the claims in that injunction petition was that a Sunshine Act violation occurred on April 1st when one of the proposed bidders, a concession lease proposed bidder, had been eliminated in an executive session discussion. Fast forward. And by the way, I think actually the question Mr. Grenier asked was probably apt, because in the past, for example, certain professionals have been voted on and not considered to proceed to the next level publicly in just the very same fashion that was done. So it's an interesting analogy that is not lost on me. And I will take responsibility, because I was the attorney who advised the board at that time that it was appropriate to do so. And we defended at the injunction hearing based upon that advice and other information that was included in the injunction petition. Again, fast forwarding to last week, April 5th, the hearing occurred before Judge Mellon. Several witnesses testified. The Sunshine Act issue was vigorously discussed and testified to and argued. At the conclusion of the hearing, Judge Mellon made a specific determination that no Sunshine Act violation had occurred. Having said that, and by the way, the transcript of that hopefully will become available as soon as possible. We have requested it, if anybody has any questions about the specific verbiage in the hearing. But Judge Mellon had made some statements both in court and in consultation with the attorneys and the petitioner, Mr. Hall Gale, about just some, for lack of a better term, I'll say cleanup language. And I suggested at that time that perhaps we would include an agenda item tonight that would be to actually address the issue that was raised. So the challenge is that because of the RFIB process, the information was submitted by the specific vendors at that, or specific bidders at that time, including the concession lease proposer, were submitted in confidence, which means that we could not reveal, and we still cannot reveal, the specifics of those proposals. Having said that, it was indicated to the judge that perhaps if we did it, had an agenda item, only an up or down on the concept of a concession lease, that would at least address the issue raised as the purported Sunshine Act violation, which again was not found to have occurred. Consequently, in a belt and suspenders approach, I recommended that we include this on the agenda tonight. And so the agenda item reads as follows: consider concession lease option / concept for sewer system conveyance transaction. And Mr. LaChance had asked me a question about the word conveyance in this motion, which I think was a fair one. The word conveyance here does not refer to the conveyance of sewage. It refers to a conveyance in the legal term, which is either a lease or a purchase or something like that. So I want to make sure that people understand the use of the word in this context. And basically the motion would be if somebody is in favor of considering the lease option, concession lease option, and the board voted unanimously, or not, voted in a majority vote to approve proceeding with considering the concession lease option, then frankly, the bid process that we've been through at this point would stop and everything would rewind, I assume, to some extent for consideration of this concept. So a vote in favor of this would stop the process going forward after that agenda item. A vote against it would then presumably go to item 6 on the agenda. So hopefully that makes sense to everybody. I want to make sure that was clear before we proceeded. So first we need a motion and a second if they would proceed for that discussion. So that's the explanation, hopefully that everybody understands.
I'll make a motion to consider a concession lease.
Wait a second. Mr. Lewis, you make a second? I'll need an affirmative.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a motion made and a second to consider a concession lease in concept. I'll open it up for discussion to the board. Any discussion?
May I, Fred?
You may.
So concession lease, sorry, take a deep breath. So a concession lease, as I think, I don't think it was something that we truly considered up front. And what I mean is, as part of the early bid process, it was something I believe came up as sort of a surprise to us as an option. And that I forget who it was. One of the gentlemen might be able to remind me here. But they proposed a concession lease, which similar to a public-private partnership, and the high level, very high level concept of a concession lease is intriguing in that the upfront payment is similar in generally similar to the purchase bids we're getting. There is a long-term lease, and by long-term, it's what, 40 years-ish, depending on the terms. And at the end of that term, it reverts back to the township in ownership. Theoretically, and I'm choosing my words carefully because I'm also going to poke holes in this. Theoretically, comes back to the township in at least as good a shape, if not better, because I kept it up. You've gotten that money, and you now have a hopefully improved asset that you can then do something with in the future, long term in the future. I would be a rather old man by the time that would come back. So the no offense to anyone, sorry, Dave. I'd be much older than you are. But the issue, I think, concession leases do come with are fraught with risk, depending on the terms and conditions. I fully recognize that. That being said, in this day and age, public-private partnerships are very often the way to go for utility infrastructure, just because of the cost of infrastructure improvements, the available funds for infrastructure improvements in the public sector versus the private sector, and it's seen as a marriage that we can all live with. That being said, I think the feedback on the lease that was proposed was negative because it was, and I understand that. My particular thought is that a concession lease may well not be the best case because of the risk associated with the terms. However, when I've been part of large procurements in the past on my own with my companies, for whatever they may be, MSAs, et cetera, master service agreements long term, I often find that when I have to bid on something, when the contract terms and conditions are written by the other party, then the risk is exponential compared to a lease or some contract that is written by us, because naturally you write it in your favor as best you can. So I would be in favor of reviewing a potential concession lease because of the upside to see if it's possible to write a lease with terms and conditions that are more favorable and more risk averse relative to the township's dealings than what we were proposed. I don't know what the market is out for leases. It seems like I don't want to speak for the PFM folks, et cetera, but it seemed like that option came as a bit of a surprise. They came in, excuse me, and it was a fairly big number, but obviously the terms were concerning. I'm wondering if we flipped it, if it might present a realistic option to move forward. And that's why I made that motion.
You're on mute, Fred.
Thanks, Dan. Mr. McCartney, did you have some questions or comments to make about this motion?
Yeah, thanks. Specifically, I guess it would be to Scott and Tom and Garrett. Thinking about what that concession lease offer was and that we discussed in executive session, was there a ton of litigation that was associated with those type of deals? Because I believe that was the reason that we looked at not considering that.
Yeah, maybe I can start, and then Tom, if you want to address the litigation piece of this. So, to maybe start with Dan's comment, I don't think we were really surprised with the response that we got when we sent out the RFQ last summer. As everyone knows, we did get 4 responders. One of those was the team that was interested in the concession lease. So they were they were part of the mix starting on kind of day one of the process, and came to the management meetings that were conducted later in August, and brought a whole team of folks and supplied a tremendous amount of information to our team throughout the process. So yeah, I don't think I was really surprised by it. We were glad to see the mix of bidders that we did, 2 regulated companies, 1 municipal authority, and 1 interested in a concession lease. Now, I will say, James, to start to address your question, in that there have not been many done in Pennsylvania. So we did the first one in recent times with the city of Allentown back, about 8 or so years ago. And yes, there have been some litigation issues related to that. There was another one done in the center part of the state a few years after that. There were some litigation issues related to that. So Tom, I don't know if you maybe want to speak a few words about litigation, and we can circle back and address James' question a little bit more.
Sure. Thank you, Scott, and thank you for the question, James. So yeah, there are many unquantifiable operational and financial risks associated with a long-term lease. And I think it's possibly inherent in the way the contract works. In an asset purchase sale, the assets are sold, and that's the end of the story. In an asset lease, it's an ongoing relationship, and as Mr. Grenier pointed out, can be 40 or 50 years long, and is fraught with oversight responsibilities by a municipality. And given the length of that arrangement, and given the significant financial obligations involved, at least to date, have resulted in litigation in the occasions they've taken place.
And just to further that line of question, the specific oversight that's being done by the municipality, that would require additional staff at the municipal level, is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. McCartney. So there's one of the issues that was examined thoroughly by the board was the lack of an independent regulator. So in the case of a regulated utility, you've got the PUC who's looking over the shoulder at the utility, the operator, and you've got the consumer advocate who's taking up for the residents. And the Board of Supervisors is certainly a consumer advocate for its residents, the job of administering the sewer system is really at an end.
So I guess the litigation comes in when there's disagreements on how certain things are being monitored, how certain things are being taken care of, whether that falls on the municipality or if it falls on the private entity?
That's right. And there's no, it's not, it's in any long-term relationship, there could be misunderstandings. But yes, when you're putting capital into the ground over the course of 40 to 50 years, and it can anyway be unclear who's responsible for paying for that capital, that can lead to disagreements. And that's what's happened to date. And I don't mean to in any way disparage concessions generally, but they didn't seem to be a fit for us.
All right. Thank you, son.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I'll just remind everyone that at the public meeting we had on June the 17th, where PFM gave their presentation to the board, there was 4 issues basically that caused the board to not consider going further with the concession lease. And number 1 was too many unquantifiable financial risks, including but not limited to litigation and guarantee of future rates, capital, etc. 2, the ultimate desire of the township to exit the wastewater business and not wanting the township to be burdened with the annual administrative requirements. 3, has been said, the lack of an independent third-party regulator. And 4, the cost to form a draft lease agreement, which would run into the tens of thousands of dollars before we could even further consider it.
Mr. Chairman, did the board ever make a statement or a vote that says we want to exit the wastewater business?
Well, we're considering a sale, so if we decide to sell the system, we're getting out of the business. So I think it's a. But
there was no board resolution of that, though.
No, there has not.
Well, was it included in bid documents too?
For a sale? I don't understand what you're saying, John.
My understanding, although I don't recall, is the bid documents included the phrase that Lower Makefield's interested in exiting the wastewater business. But that was never voted on as a priority of the board.
Well, I can say that I agree with Dr. Weiss that there wasn't any resolution, but would like to just make sure we're all being the stewards that we are sworn to be and not purposely misdirecting conversations. There was a very thoughtful process in terms of this step-by-step evaluation, many hours spent in executive session, many opportunities to provide feedback. And in fact, dare I say, in my opinion, and I'm going to be really careful to say in my opinion and not talk for a we, like others might accidentally do. I was greatly benefited because that work, which happened, started last year. Not only were we aided by professionals, but we were aided by a supervisor who does a lot of work in that field, who helped craft the whole process to make sure that it, met our intentions. And that's, if you were unhappy with something, John, that happened, a year ago, sure wish you would have said something sooner.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I asked a question to the chair about whether we made a decision to exit the wastewater business.
You asked a question to the chair about comments in a document that you've had plenty of times to look at, and you're now not sure if it was in there, and you're asking for clarification.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what your concern is. And I've asked questions that you tell me I'm not allowed to get answers to.
John, let's try to just keep it moving along. Yeah. I have a question also, so when you're done, please let me know.
I certainly yield back the balance of my time.
Okay, so Ms. Bundy, you have comments or questions?
Mr. Wyatt, would you be able to detail a little bit more about the solicitations that were received, or how many, however you want to quantify that?
Yes, you mean from the RFP process?
Yes.
Madam Supervisor? Yes. So there was an RFP process undertaken, and 3 formal bids were received. And the way that PFM artfully organized the process, it contained various different options for the board to consider. And if you'd like to understand each of the different component parts, I might ask Garrett or Scott to speak to that in more detail. But we received 3 compliant, timely bids.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions from the board?
I think as it relates to this particular issue, a willingness to consider a concession lease and better explore it helps us make a better decision in the long run and properly value the estimates. We don't really have a metric as to how to compare the bids that we did receive. So that's a troubling thing for me. I'm not sure if we got a good deal. And the question specifically that I had wanted to ask was about comparable deals in the past. And I was told I was going to get those answers, but I never received them. So I don't have a benchmark upon which to review to say that that's a good deal or a bad deal going forward. So
we understand. Thank you. So
may I make?
Go ahead. Sure.
Thank you. My main concern with when we did this previously is that the presentation we got on the concession lease per se on April 1st was an executive session where we did not have the ability, we did not have video. It was over the phone. PFM was, I believe that may have even been another day where we lost power. I can't remember. I just know it was over the phone. And the presentation was made. It was difficult to hear. And when we tried to ask questions at the end, the quote that I clearly remember was saying you have 30 seconds to ask questions. And that was very disconcerting to me because I am genuinely interested in this. I understand the pitfalls of it based on the one we have, but I don't think we were able to more deeply flush this option out.
And Dan, I don't recall, was that the meeting I got yelled at by the chair?
I couldn't hear very well, John. I don't know. I was definitely told I only had 30 seconds to ask questions at the end of the meeting. And it wasn't a very productive meeting from a discussion standpoint to get questions asked on this particular issue.
Any other comments? Monica will open up the public comment at this time. Any public comment for this agenda item?
Peter is coming in.
Okay.
Peter is in.
Go ahead, Peter.
Okay, thank you.
Give your full name and you don't have to give your address.
Thank you. Peter LaChance. I think Mr. Lewis is correct that there was no resolution by the full board on record that the township does not want to be in the business of owning sewer assets. Yet this was placed in the bid document as a condition, which is why, and I take umbrage to PFM statements in the past here and elsewhere where they said, well, we didn't get any bids for O&M contracts because, so there are not too many people doing it, which is totally untrue. But when you have a statement that your township doesn't want to own the assets anymore, no one's going to bid or waste their time and bid on that option. And then the process was anything but artful. It was incredibly sloppy. There was no there was no participation by the public of any real measure. It wasn't transparent. Even board members were left in the dark until the last minute about stuff. And then Mr. Lewis is also correct. He talked about, there was this statement that in the bids about that the township didn't want to have sewer assets. And that was the first time, in June was the first time that everyone learned that at a public session. Even some supervisors did not know that. So you can imagine their shock that they're learning this and they know that they didn't vote on a resolution to do so. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't say if that's legal or illegal, but it's certainly sloppy. Not an artful execution at all. And lastly, with regard to the lease option, the lawyer for the sewers said that, there's an oversight responsibility and that bears a lot of time and effort. Okay, the public would like to see us maintain control of our assets, A. B, it depends on how you write the lease. And guess what? Unlike what I said several times in public meetings, there was no lease contract, or at least a list of terms and conditions in the bids that said, if you're going to submit a lease, here's our terms and conditions. And that's on the board. That is not certainly on the public. You're going to make a decision about this. It sounds like most of you might vote it down, and yet the bids weren't done in a correct fashion. And the last thing I want to mention is with regard to the leases, you do get the assets back in some measure of time, whatever you negotiate. And at that point, the sewer system will be worth even more because it'll be better shape and there'll be inflation. And if you pull that back on a very reasonable net present value basis, I've calculated easily and very conservatively that particular lease bid is worth an extra $5 million in net present value, which any engineer, which you didn't use with regard to any financial analysis of projects comparison, would have told you that, because engineers do that for a living. Unfortunately, PFM never brought up in public anyway, that we should account for the fact that we get the assets back, and therefore there's some value in that in dollars and cents today. And in fact, you could write the contract for having the ability to transfer the responsibility for those assets in 50 years to some other entity. Let's say after 20 years, you could do that. And you could exercise that between years 20 and 50 or whatever the term is. And you can get money for that because someone's going to buy the opportunity to get a $100 million system back. And I think this whole thing was wrought with sloppiness. And that's my comment. Thank you very much for letting me talk the whole 3 minutes, sir.
Fred, you're on mute.
Mr. Chair, do you want to respond to the process that was formulated over the past year and a half?
Sure. Yeah, I can say a few words, and then others can add if they'd like. So I'm not 100% sure what is meant by the bid documents stated that the township wanted to exit the sewer business, or it stipulated that. In the RFQ, kind of starting back last summer, it was in that document where first it said that the township is considering a transaction and or restructuring of its municipally owned sanitary sewer system. And then it goes on to say that the purpose of the RFQ is to provide proposers an opportunity to formally express their interest in bidding on a sale, a lease, or a long-term management contract for the system, so on and so forth. So, and it also says that the Lower Makefield is considering exiting the sanitary sewer business, but it does not say that is what it's going to be doing. So it was worded in such that it would allow interested parties that are looking at both O&M contracts, concession leases, sales to respond to the RFQ.
Okay. Any other comment from the public, Monica?
Yes, Robert would like to speak on this.
Sure.
We're moving him right in.
Hey, Robert, give your full name, address, and you can make your comment.
All right. Robert Abrams, 652 Teach Drive, Yardley. I have never seen such a fiasco in my life. This is about as unprofessional as it gets. And it started with the township manager and moves its way up. Now, obviously, somebody up there or some people up there want to bury this township and the taxpayers in it with unbelievable debt. When you got into this thing, you promised the public, and I was sitting at the meeting, that you would leave no stone unturned. Every option would be discussed and investigated to the nines. And you've done none of the above. Absolutely none of it. You said, okay, well, we're going to sell a sewer system. Why? Now, I would like to ask a question of everybody I'm looking at, except for the gentleman there from PFM. Do you directly or indirectly, you or a family member or anyone else, benefit from directly or indirectly from the sale of this sewer system? And it can go right down to Mr. Ferguson's new job with the winter. Because, and I'm going to include the solicitor in this, because everybody's trying to ram this down the throats of the taxpayers. And as Mr. LaChance just told us, down the road on a 40-year lease or a 30-year lease, it's worth 10 times as much. So what are we going to do? We're going to go in there and we're going to grab some fast cash. We're going to throw it out to our friends somewhere. And now we'll have nothing and we'll have no control of the sewer system after all of that's done anyway. This is indicative of exactly what happened with the cell tower. Mr. Lewis, I want to thank you for standing up for me. I'll go head to head with the township manager anytime he wants to go, because he is not going to go give people on right to know what he wants to give them. When he doesn't have something to give them, then, or doesn't want to, then he needs to cite the regulations, not just say, oh, well, I'm denying it in part. Now, this is ridiculous what's going on here. This is so important to the I'm almost, half of my life is in this township. And I got to sit here and say, well, now that I'm collecting Social Security, whoever wins this bid may throw me out of my house one day because they're going to raise the sewer bills to the ceiling, and I have no say and no control over it. Here, you want to bail out the golf course? Go get a developer and go develop some over 55 communities overlooking the golf course. Maybe you ought to shut down across from Shady Brook and go with that idea. Let him put money up front and put it in the sewer system. But right here, you have promised the constituency here a soup to nuts bid with no stone being uncovered. And the only thing that I'm seeing is you're digging a hole and throwing all the problems into it and covering it up so the public doesn't know. Now, you need to throw those bids out. You need to rewrite this thing with a management contract included. You need to entertain every single bid on both sides. It needs to be financially analyzed. And then you need to present it to the public and see what the public wants to do. I just ran through Google how many Pennsylvania communities are happy with their sewer systems being sold, and I got 0 response. I know there's a bunch of them that are up in arms over what happened. And this is going to be the next one. And here's what I'm smelling, and I don't care whether you like it or you don't. We're getting this thing with this Wegmans thing rammed down our throats because of COVID. We're getting the sewer rammed down our throats because of COVID. And then after that, I guess Mr. Weiss can go run himself down to Florida and sign his homestead agreement so he can go get his tax reduced. This is ridiculous the way you're handling this.
Thank you for your
I mean, Ms. McCartney, you
Thank
can
you for your
smile there
comments.
all you want,
Right.
but you and Mrs. Blundy are nothing more than
Monica.
being okay.
Mr. Abrams, thank you. You've had more than enough time.
Thanks for your comments, Mr. Abrams.
Any other public comment, Monica?
Not on this topic.
Okay.
Fred, can I ask one more question?
Sure, Suzanne.
You know, there's been some comment about, well, how did we reach out to get interest? and I'm trying to phrase it as openly as I can. How did that process work?
Yeah, I can address that if you'd like. So when the RFQ went out last summer, so we have a list of closer to 200 participants that we've put together over the years, being in kind of this business in the public-private partnership business, for knowing who the operating firms are, the lawyers involved in these kind of transactions, the investment bankers, the private equity firms. So it went out to a very wide net of various interested parties. Like I said, close to 200, and it also included a lot of other nearby municipal authorities as well.
Scott, how were they contacted?
The RFQ went out via email.
And how many of the 200 received the email where it?
John, could I just finish my line of questioning before you jump in for me? So that's the process that you have used in the past, where you email a list of people who operate in this space, whatever form they operate in, whether they be people who purchase or lease, etc.
Yes, and it's kind of a very sort of small world. And when an RFQ goes out, it gets forwarded pretty frequently to a lot of other, maybe firms or parties that are not on the list for one reason or another. So it definitely, word gets out when an RFQ is on the street.
And in response to that, we got back the four that we've been talking about?
Correct.
Okay. John, if there's something else.
Yeah, so you said close to 200 people you emailed. And how many of those acknowledged receipt of your email?
There was quite a few. Yes, I don't have the exact count, but there were a lot.
So you got a response back, said, "Hey, we're not interested."
We got a lot of those, yes.
And you have a rough idea? Was it greater than 10, less than 50, 20, 100?
No, off the top of my head, I can't remember for this exact transaction.
Okay. The reason I ask is that the more people that responded, at least showed that they had received interest and reviewed it. But you're saying 4 of the ones that responded that they were interested.
4 actually, what he said was 4 actually submitted bids. He didn't
correct.
say that 4 said they were interested. He said we got 4 bids back.
Well, how many people were interested?
Well, again, John, I love when you ask questions because a lot of times you help me learn, but I think you're assuming things that just haven't been stated yet. So he told you he doesn't know how many people acknowledged receipt, and now you're asking a slightly different question, if I'm hearing you correctly. Now you're asking how many people.
I apologize if my questions are somehow offensive to Mr. Shears.
They're not offensive. They're just unclear to me, so I'm trying to understand. Because you start off
like I said, we got 4 responses.
Yeah,
we got 4 responses. Just as an example, the team that was interested in the concession lease, that was made up of maybe a half a dozen different firms with different disciplines: legal, financial, engineering, kind of the whole host, and they grouped together. So they all individually received the RFQ, and then that group, I guess, talked amongst each other and formed their team to submit one bid, one response.
Yeah, the intent of my question is not to be accusatory in any way, shape, or form. This is just more help provide insight and information as to how many people were engaged and interested in the bidding process. So I'm not, I don't see an issue with why I asked those questions, but.
These amount of responses is very normal with this size of an asset. When we're dealing with an asset, 200, 300, 400 million and plus, you're going to get more interested parties. You're going to get a lot more private equity firms and other firms like that want to participate. But when you're dealing with, whether it's 10 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million for this kind of asset, typically we only see a few responses to the RFQ.
I'm sorry if I interrupted you, Supervisor Blundy, if you've got more questions, so I apologize.
No, we're good. Thank you.
Supervisor Blundy, if I could ask you a question. When you were referring to the supervisor who helped set up a thoughtful process, were you referring to me, given my background?
Yeah, Dan. I was referring to the stewardship, and the guidance you gave me personally through the process that you as chair helped put together last year.
I appreciate that. Now, that's, to be honest, that's why I've been so frustrated this year, the deviation from that process. The key to that process was doing a full-scale alternatives analysis to look at all the options and to not dive headfirst into just the sale. The concept was to, in a parallel path, review the potential sale, which seemed like a very likely case, not something I'm against. I will say that up front, despite the Facebook post that many like to do and the text messages I like to get from township vendors that are very harassing in that note, but they misunderstand what I've been saying all along. What I've been saying all along is that, yes, a sale may well be necessary. Mr. Ferguson laid out many financial issues, and I am sensitive to that, appreciate that, and will continue to review that as part of my responsibility as a supervisor. Now, the parts of the process that we have ignored, and I can say that because we have skipped right by them, are considering, and I don't know that this will be the ultimate best answer, and it probably won't be, but we have not done the homework to understand whether or not a new municipal authority with our neighbors could possibly be the best alternative for not only Lower Makefield Township residents, but also residents. I'm not done.
No. It's okay. You can continue this another time. We're right now considering a motion on a concession lease. So unless it has something to do
Mr. Chair, it's directly germane to the topic at hand.
Mr. Lewis, I'm speaking as chair. I'm just making a point of order. Mr. Grenier, if you wish to relate this to the concession lease, the motion on the table, please do. Otherwise, I think your comments are probably better at the next agenda item.
I appreciate that. What I'll say is this: as part of the process, I believe that fully vetting a concession lease written by in favor from our perspective, considering the overall process that I so thoughtfully helped put together last year, as I understand it, is something that I would urge the board to consider. Now, the estimate that we were given roughly, and I don't want to misspeak, was that it would take about $50,000 to write a, not to put words in anyone's mouth, but keep it simple, a good or solid concession lease. And that's $50,000 on a $50 million plus deal. So spending $50K to get $50 million in the asset back is intriguing. Hence the motion. Thank you, Mr. Weiss, or Dr. Weiss.
Mr. Grenier, any other comments from the board?
Yeah, real quick, Fred. Scott, on a deal like that, does the private entity come to, is part of their bid? Do they lay the framework for what the conditions of that bid are, or is it up to the township to basically give them what the framework of the bid is?
Yeah, if it typically up to the township to lay out the terms. So the terms that this team had submitted to us in their RFIT, there was again a lot of communication. A lot of information provided, and yeah, if this would go to a full bid for a concession lease, the actual document itself, and many times it's maybe jointly written as well between both the in this case the township and the concessionaire. But yeah, we would set the terms.
So the difference between the concession lease bid and the two other bids is that the two other bids are that's what they're offering. In a concession bid, we're basically negotiating what the terms of that bid would be.
Yeah, more or less. Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those who wish to consider a concession lease in concept, signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
All those opposed, no, and raise your hand. No?
No.
No.
Motion is defeated. 3-2. Thank you. Okay. The next item for discussion now will be a sewer update and consideration for further conveyance. According to my Cliff Notes, we have a presentation from Pennsylvania American. Questions and discussion? Do we have a presentation from Pennsylvania American?
Monica, can you bring them in, please?
Yes, we're bringing them now.
Fred, as they're coming in, who do we have on the, I can't get to my agenda. Who's on the agenda tonight?
First will be Pennsylvania American, then Aqua. PFM will make a summary, and then consideration of a resolution after the presentations.
As they've said, can I ask what, if as I understood it from a few meetings ago, when we voted to extend the bids, that included all three of the bidders, PA Water, Aqua, and Bucks County Water and Sewer. That's correct, right?
No, I don't. That being,
I understood from Mr. Chulev that all three were still active, and we extended all three bids.
are active, but the reason why we have Pennsylvania American and Aqua giving presentations is because of questions from these two organizations. We need to clarify some things, and the nature of Bucks County Water and Sewer's bid is so different from these two that they weren't, from what I understand, they weren't invited to participate.
Who made that decision?
Mr. Brennan, you know that you have your recusal obligation at this point, too.
No, I know. I will not ask any questions of any bidders. I am simply. Thank you, Mr. Chulev.
I think this was a consensus at the time. We're going back a couple of months now, so I can't give you the exact.
I can. So when the presentation was made, whenever I believe that date was June 17th, PFM analyzed the three bids that were received. It was outlined by PFM to the board that in review of rates and sell price, which are the two conditions that we looked at, that the two most viable bids were PA Water and Aqua. And it was from there that what you had outlined, Dr. Weiss, that there was some questions, there was some clarifications, because there's some differences in those bids, that those as being the two most viable bids would be put on the agenda. That was originally what was done July 1st. And in part it was to give PA Water an opportunity. They had some questions that were outlined for both of those proposals that were deemed essentially the two most valuable to present.
So Kurt, that means it wasn't a vote by the board for this setup. It was an agenda set up by the chair. Is that what you're saying? I just want to be clear, because I never voted to remove anyone from consideration.
I don't think anyone was removed. Bucks County Water and Sewer's bid was so far beneath the other two. The presentation was put on as the two of the most viable bids were those two. I don't believe it was a vote of the board. No.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because I wanted to.
And they have not been. Bucks County Water and Sewer's bids are not disqualified. You can discuss it. You can vote for it if you want. You can vote against it if you want. It's totally up to each individual board member. This is just a presentation by the two top bidders.
But I would think the board would benefit from having all three of the bidders that are still under consideration. And my concern is that the board never voted to remove Bucks County Water from consideration.
As I just stated, Bucks County Water and Sewer has not been removed from consideration. These are presentations of the top two bidders. If you wish to discuss this further, I'll ask that Pennsylvania America, the representatives be put back in the waiting room, and we can discuss this a little further, but I'll need consensus from the board.
Technically, all three are still on the table. We have two presentations tonight. The board can vote, for any one of the three, or none of them. So this is still an open process. I'm just talking about presentation now. I understand some of the issues, but technically there are three bids all submitted before June 1st that are before the board for consideration.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can we take a quick minute just to discuss that?
Do you want to take a minute to discuss it just amongst the board?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Monica, would you have the members of Pennsylvania American go to the waiting room for a minute?
Yes, we're moving them right now.
Thank you.
They're still going to be able to hear the meeting.
That's fine.
Look, yeah.
Go ahead, James.
So I guess my question is, if we do open that door for Bucks to present, is it going to be the offer that they presented, or is it going to be convoluted or weighed down with this other handwritten note?
And that's a good question. That's why I try to be clear. If it's to be considered at all in terms of any vote, it would have to be that bid that was received before June 1st, because that's the only bid we've received from them.
So, and I'm not speaking for anybody else on the board, but I'm not interested in listening to that bid.
Well, and they're not making a presentation. I think the issue is presentation is one thing, considering bid is another thing. So,
and they're not looking to make a presentation based on that original bid that they made.
And technically the only bid, correct.
But did we reach out to them to offer them the chance to present to us?
I'll answer that. No. So as a reminder to the board, their one bid was for $1 and their other bid was for 35 million, but that there would be no quotable rates because they would not be willing to give any guarantee on rates with the MMA facility. So I believe in that discussion, and that PFM did, that first, $1 bid would not allow the township to even resolve its debt to close out the system, and the $35 million bid that they had made, but kept no guarantee of rates, didn't satisfy the other requirement to be able to quantify as best we could those rates. So as such, I think when the presentation was made by PFM in the outline, it was a clear distinction between PA Water and Aqua to present the details, since they are fairly close in value, versus Bucks County Water and Sewer, which was many rungs below either of those two proposals.
Who made that decision, Kurt? That's my concern.
Well,
PFM
made
the board make the decision. That's my.
I think it was a combination, right? So we had the discussions on the June 3rd. We presented a lot of information in executive session on June 3rd. We then presented it again June 15th in executive session, kind of a lengthy discussion with all the various proposals, and then again the public meeting on June 17th. So I think it was between those three kind of extensive meetings where I don't know if I want to use the word consensus. I'll leave that to the lawyers, but the direction was to bring in the top two.
But there was never a vote by the board on that, either in executive session or in regular session.
And the board could vote on that tonight too before they get to that if they want. That's a vote.
The board can do what? Pardon me, Solicitor.
They can vote on that tonight if they want to, Mr. Lewis. They can, if the board is of the mind to vote to limit it to the top two, they can vote on that before they bring American Water in. That's something.
John, are you interested in that bid by Bucks County Water and Sewer?
So, Mr. McCartney, I have a fiduciary responsibility to the township. The revised bid by Bucks County Water and Sewer is about.
Not the revised bid. No, the bid.
Hold on. You're interrupting me. You asked me a direct question. I'm giving you a direct answer.
But you've also received guidance already that there is a revised bid. So please stop calling it a revised bid, because
there is no revised bid. So, and Mr. Lewis, by even mentioning that, you put us in, I think, and Mr. Truelove, if I'm wrong, please chime in. You put us in an interesting situation, to say the least. There are basically three bids, one from Pennsylvania American, one from Aqua, one from Bucks County Water and Sewer. The reason why Aqua and Pennsylvania American, as I understand, are giving a presentation was because after the June 17th meeting, Pennsylvania American had some questions about the other top bid. They met with staff, and it was determined that they should come to this meeting. Actually, they were supposed to come on July 1st, but now it's today, to clarify each clarify their bids.
Mr. Chairman, I've been interrupted 3 times, and I was
I understand,
trying to answer
but
Mr. Carney's question, and you misrepresented what I said.
I'm pretty sure I understood exactly what you were trying to say because you were mentioning a revised bid that it doesn't exist. So
if Mr. Chairman, if I'd be allowed.
Mr. Lewis, if you can keep your comments to reality, then I'll be happy to listen further.
Okay, please allow me to answer Mr. McCartney uninterrupted.
Go ahead.
So Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority met yesterday and had a board approval of a bid that the Board of Supervisors does not deem a valid bid at this time. I acknowledge that. However, I have a fiduciary responsibility to analyze the quality of that bid in comparison to other bids.
Mr. Truelove, I'm sorry.
The problem is
Of a public document.
If we consider
Mr. Solicitor, why am I getting interrupted?
Because I have to give a legal opinion so we don't maybe cause liability for the township. That may be one thing. I appreciate, and I said at the very beginning of this meeting, the frustration with what we received, but it is an expression of interest, is not a bid. If we go down that rabbit hole to even consider that in any kind of way, shape, or form on an equal level with either the American or Aqua bids that were received before June 1st in a timely manner, consistent with the process that everybody, including Bucks, agreed to participate in. If we do that, we're going to find ourselves very likely on the wrong end of some very expensive litigation.
So first off, I have not made any of the claims you've just said. I wanted to speak about a public document about something the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority did publish, right? So I'm allowed to speak about a public document. I haven't made any representations about what the board should do with that, right? I'm allowed to speak and suggest that that might encourage analysis as to the proper public policy approach that we might take. As it relates to potential litigation here, right? I'm not a lawyer, right? I'm not going to tell you that if we do X, we're going to get a litigation. That's why we hire folks to do that. I will say in my analysis and what I've heard from all of you gentlemen in general is there's potential litigation regardless of who we choose from a number of different angles. So what I'm trying to get at, and what I wanted to say before I was interrupted 3 times was, Mr. McCartney asked me if I wanted to consider Bucks County Water Sewers bid. And his intent was to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, James, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that should I really want to consider their $35 million bid, right? Which is the current bid that we believe is a valid bid, correct?
Correct. The dollar bid or the $35 million bid, correct.
Right. So the $35 million bid, right? In comparison to one of the other bidders in a situation where we give back 20 million of the 50 million we get, isn't that far off the realm of possibility, and there are some trade-offs. However, I acknowledge that that bid has issues with it, right? I also acknowledge that they looked at that based on what they had heard and seen and said, hey, wait, this conveyance system is worth a significant amount more than they bid and more than other bidders bid. And I would be negligent in my fiduciary responsibility, and I would be inviting the Pennsylvania Consumer Advocate, the head of the Office of the Consumer Advocate, Tanya McCluskey, I would be inviting her wrath if I didn't consider what was in the public's interest. So in terms of, now that might not be litigation, and it may be something that gums up the decision at the PUC. And remember, any of the 2 bids that are here tonight that we consider are contingent on PUC approval, right? So if I don't provide a fair assessment and analysis of all options and what the true value of the system is, I run the risk of incurring the township not getting approval for the 2 bids that some on this board like, which is why it's incumbent upon me to ask these questions and consider this and do the proper analysis. So I'm sorry if people are offended by that. I'm sorry if people want to interrupt me, but I, in good conscience, can't vaporize $14.8 million. Can't do that. I have to acknowledge that that's a valuation.
I don't want to interrupt
Mr. Lewis.
I want to make sure.
I just want to go back.
Sorry
to interrupt, Dave.
I just want to make sure he's finished. I As I indicated at the very beginning of this meeting, I share a frustration, a huge frustration. Having said that, we cannot, if we go down the path of talking about the specifics of that expression of interest, which I'll call it, because that's what we referred it to, it does run the risk, I believe, of wreaking havoc on this board in terms of any vote that it may take down the road. I mean, we know what the specific, what was expressed, but as we said before, our analysis and that of other attorneys, people who have a lot of experience in this, was that what we received was a non-compliant submission. Is it? And I can't speak to what the PUC may do. John, you're absolutely correct. That's something that they may have to consider down the road. We're not there yet. And if that's the case, that's the time and that's the place to be addressing that. At this point, there are 3 bids, as I'll repeat it again, all submitted before June 1st, Aqua, Pennsylvania American Water, and Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority, the bids that you just referred to, the $1 and a $35 million bid.
Right. And Solicitor Trudeau, please understand here, my intent here is to minimize potential risk to the township. No one wants to engage in a transaction that would yield potential litigation that would cost the township money, or the likely chance that that would get rejected by the PUC.
Can we just pause there for a second? And I know you're not an attorney, Mr. Lewis, but the PUC has no jurisdiction over this process right here, right now. If a majority of this board makes a decision to sell the assets that it's duly elected to decide to sell, the PUC, consumer advocate, and nobody else can bring wrath on you for any purpose whatsoever. They do not have jurisdiction over your decision-making process.
But they do have the capability to change the outcome of it, correct?
Change the outcome of it. So any transaction that gets sent to the PUC is going to be scrutinized and looked at and determined to be in the substantial public interest or not. That doesn't bring any liability. That is a typical process before the PUC to scrutinize a transaction. They're not going to look back, Mr. Lewis, into this negotiation and this discussion and this deliberation and say you ought to have done that. They have absolutely zero ability and zero interest in doing that.
But would they argue that we didn't do our job in finding that this was in the public?
They have no jurisdiction to tell you didn't do your job. None.
And so, regardless of what we do, you're telling me we have no risk with the PUC, that the deal would get altered or not approved?
Well, there's not approved and a risk of, I think you said, the OCA bringing the wrath of God to you.
No, I don't think I said that. I think bringing wrath. I didn't mention I didn't mention God. At least I hope I didn't, because he's certainly not here today, or she.
So we'll submit the application to the PUC, and we'll proceed through a professional and well trod out path to seek approval. That is a normal, ordinary course thing.
Mr. Wyatt, if I can follow up with a question, and
please.
Not that I don't want to cause a significant issue here, but the township has a couple options as being a second-class township as to how it reviews its assets, right? And in this particular sewer asset, it does not have to go through a bidding process.
Mr. Lewis, I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but unless I hear a majority of the board that opposes having the presentations as listed on the agenda, I think it's time to move on. When the motion is made to do whatever we're going to do, I think further discussion is warranted. But right now, unless I hear from a majority of the board to redo the presentations, I think we should let the Pennsylvania American in first to do its presentation. So unless I hear from 3 members of the board to change the way we're doing things tonight.
Well, someone had to make a motion, Mr. Chairman, for that to occur.
I'm sorry?
Mr. McCartney.
You don't need a motion. It's just consensus to go on with the agenda.
Mr. McCartney asked that we step out from there. And so if you want to ask him if he would say, that he wants to invite Pennsylvania American Water, and I think that would be fine and appropriate.
Okay.
The one
Okay.
who suggested,
Okay. Mr. Lewis, please, for the sake of time, I understand your question. I understand your comment. Mr. McCartney, do you wish to change the way we're doing things and invite Bucks County Water and Sewer to have a presentation of their current bid?
Not at this time, no.
Thank you. Ms. Bundy, would you like to change the way we're doing these presentations and invite Bucks County Water and Sewer?
So the direct answer to that is no.
Thank you. Mr. Grenier? Yes or no?
Can I ask you one question?
I mean, I can ask a question, but would you like to change the way we're going and delay this proceeding to hear Bucks County's presentation on their $35 million or $1 bid?
So that's what my question is. We keep saying 3 bids. There's
That's
actually
the answer
6.
to the question. Yeah. Do you want to listen to the $1 bid?
3 bidders, Dan. 3 bidders.
3 bidders, 6 bids. I just want everyone to know what we're actually talking about, because every time we talk about who has an active bid, I can never get a straight answer.
We have 6 bids on the table, technically, yes.
I never know whose bid was extended. That wasn't clear.
All the bids have been extended till Friday.
All right.
So
I would like to hear Bucks County's, because the $35 million bid is actually intriguing, considering the give back that would be required for the other 2 to keep rates stable.
Okay, and Mr.
What the
Lewis,
math would be on that.
Mr. Lewis's answer has been made. 3-2, we will continue as the agenda is going, so we can now let Pennsylvania American back in and allow them to give their presentation. Okay, we have the representatives of Pennsylvania American. You can introduce yourselves and go ahead with your presentation. I'm sorry for the delay. Who would like to start?
I think Mr. Doran is speaking, but somehow his sound is not coming through. So I want to make sure he understands that.
Nope,
No,
can hear
not
you.
coming through.
Yep.
Sounds good, huh?
Yep. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you again. And I understand the presentation will be shown by PFM. Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time this evening. Next slide, please. I'm Mike Doran, president of Pennsylvania American Water, and with me tonight is Jim Gable, senior manager, Southeast Operations, Laura Martin, Director, Communications and External Affairs, and Bernie Grandusky, Senior Director of Business Development. I'll let the team go into the details of our offer, but I want to emphasize a few things right up front. First, Pennsylvania American values the partnership we have with Lower Makefield Township as your drinking water provider, and we would consider it a privilege if you would select us to operate your wastewater system. Second, we believe our offer is superior because it represents the best value for the township and its residents. Incorporating your wastewater system into the Pennsylvania American system would not only provide customers with a seamless transition and one-stop shop for their water and wastewater services, but customers will also have the benefit from the economies of scale that we can only provide as Pennsylvania's largest water and wastewater utility. Finally, I know that rates are a concern, and they should be. We have been transparent about what we intend to invest in this system and what impact those investments could have on rates. While the Pennsylvania American offer provides indicative guidance on potential future rate based on what we know today, no utility, whether a municipal authority or a PUC regulated utility, can predict exactly what their rates will be 10 years from now. So I encourage you to be cautious when considering this information. Next slide, please. Now, a brief summary of Pennsylvania American Water. American Water is the largest publicly traded water and wastewater provider in the United States. In Pennsylvania, we're the largest investor-owned water utility in the Commonwealth, providing water and wastewater service to approximately 2.4 million people, or nearly 20% of the state. We are in 408 communities across 18 counties, including Bucks County. This map shows our service area across the Commonwealth, but what I really want to draw your attention to this evening is our presence as your local water provider. Next slide, please. This map shows just what a great fit the partnership is. The red line indicates Lower Makefield Township, and the blue shading represents Pennsylvania American's Yardley water system. In fact, the dark blue square represents our operations center located across from the Lower Makefield Township building. So as you can see, we're already your next door neighbor and trusted utility partner. I'll now turn it over to Jim Gable, who's our local senior manager, to review the advantages of having your local water provider become your local wastewater utility. Jim?
Thank you, Mike. Pennsylvania American Water has already invested in Lower Makefield Township with the public water. We serve just over 10,000 connections in the township of Lower Makefield. Our current employees are 11, our staff's 11. We serve about 12,700 customers from this location. We serve Lower Makefield, of course, a little bit in Falls Township and Yardley Borough. Our operations center is directly across the street from the township building, which houses our water treatment plant along with our operations center. We get water from the Delaware River along with 4 wells that are in the community. Our capital investment this year was $7 million over the past 5 years. We intend to invest 30+ million in the next 5 years. If we're successful in this bidding process, we'll add jobs to the community. We'll hire in and around the surrounding townships of Lower Makefield. Your customers are our customers. They already know our employees and our operations. One of our notification systems is one that the customers currently use, whether it's calling in via the phone to the call center, using our web page or text message alerting system. Our ongoing relationship with the township, with coordinating paving schedules, making sure we leave a great product at the end of replacing the water mains and stuff like that. Our staff will be cross-trained in water and wastewater. So if a field service rep goes out to a house for an issue or any kind of response, it'll be a one-time resolution. One guy would be able to answer all those questions. We'll purchase equipment that will be housed in the township at our operations location across the street. We'll be ready to deal with routine maintenance and emergencies. Replacing underground facilities. If we were the provider of the water and the wastewater, it would be one less disruption to the customers of Lower Makefield. We'd go in and replace both utilities at the same time. Additional benefit is for line extensions. Maybe a developer needs to extend water and wastewater. They're going to deal with one company for both of the utilities. One monthly bill for water and wastewater would go to the customers. Seamless transition due to most of the residents are already our customers. One-stop shop for our customer service and emergencies. One phone number, one web page, one alert system. On the next slide is a recent public notification that was distributed to the customers of Lower Makefield, showing our $24 million investment on our water treatment plant. This investment includes new ultraviolet disinfection systems to add another layer of protection against viruses. New chemical building to convert gas to liquid chlorine and ammonia. And improvements to the existing pre-treatment settling process. Now I'd like to hand it over to Laura.
Thank you, Jim. Good evening. In addition to infrastructure, as Jim talked about, we also make significant investments in our local communities in other ways. So in recent years, we've provided grants through our annual environmental grant program to local Boy Scout Troop number 10 in Bucks County, to Public Works of Yardley Nazareth, and to the Delaware River Basin Commission. This spring, our company and our charitable foundation donated $100,000 to COVID-19 relief efforts across the Commonwealth, including to the Bucks County Opportunity Council. Just this month, we made a $1,000 donation to the Friends of Mary Yardley Bridge toward their footbridge replacement project. And one very real example of how our local team went above and beyond to support the local community, maybe something that several of you actually recall or maybe were involved with. When the year before last, we helped Lower Makefield Township fill its community swimming pool with one of our fire hydrants so that this popular community offering could be open for the season on time. And finally, just in close on this, the last point of this slide, I wanted to mention that we offer grants to local fire departments, scholarships to high school seniors that are pursuing careers related to our industry, school presentations, plant tours, open houses like the Waterfest event that we held at our Yardley Water Treatment Plant last April, which was attended by several hundred residents. So if you'll go to the next slide, related to the ways that we support our communities as a whole, we know that excellent customer service is a priority for each of you individually as well. And I assure you, customer service is a top priority across American Water. It's part of our commitment to being what we call customer obsessed, and we put our customers first and at the center of everything that we do. So our customers expect the highest possible level of service at all times from us, whether that be easy to understand bills, prompt handling of customer requests, or quick response times to service outages or emergencies. And we also offer financial assistance to customers in need through our H2O Help to Others program. We offer convenient payment options, paperless billing, an online account portal, as Jim mentioned, an emergency customer notification system through phone, email, and text. And if we became your wastewater provider, all of these things would be available for your sewer service as well. So one phone number, one web portal, one click, one bill. We also strive for continuous improvement, and we constantly seek feedback on how we can make our customers' experiences better. So there are a number of ways that you can compare one utility's customer satisfaction against another. One way is Better Business Bureau ratings, BBB ratings, which ours is an A-. Also, the PUC's Bureau of Consumer Services puts out an annual report on utilities, and that report shows that over the past year, our average response time is better than the average response times by the state's major water utilities. And this report also illustrates that so far in 2020, we've had 0 justified residential consumer complaints. And finally, another measure of customer satisfaction is J.D. Power's customer satisfaction study, which doesn't capture a representative customer sample exactly, but it really is helpful in providing high-level impressions of customer satisfaction and can help us serve as a barometer for our service that we provide. Our company has demonstrated steady year-over-year improvements in our J.D. Power customer satisfaction scores over the 3 years that we've been included in this study, which are 2018, 2019, and now 2020. So my final point is that we use the feedback provided by our customers to constantly drive improvements. For example, we admittedly received lower J.D. Power scores related to online customer service. So I'm pleased to share that American Water has been working on a total website redesign project for the past year, and we're excited to be launching a new and improved website later this month as a direct result of hearing and listening to and responding to our customers. So at this point in time, I'm going to pass it over to Bernie Grandusky to go through a few highlights of our proposal.
Thanks, Laura. Appreciate that. And if you could move to the next slide, I can kind of try to wrap up. To the board, to the Township Supervisors, Pennsylvania American greatly appreciates the opportunity to present in front of you this evening. We've been a long time water provider in the township for decades, frankly. I've been with the company for 29 years, and I've been here through various township boards, and the Yardley Lower Makefield system has always been a high growth operation of the system, and we continue to strive to make sure we have the facilities in place to meet the planned growth in this part of the state. We understand that potentially selling your wastewater system is a very important decision, and it's a decision that has long-term implications. It's not a one-year decision. It's not a 10-year decision. Frankly, it's a permanent decision. And, we'd like to represent that, the way we operate our water system is the way we're going to operate your wastewater system. We also understand that when you do an RFP, there's challenges with an RFP to really get underneath an RFP will mine the qualitative aspects that you're looking for. But there's also several quantitative aspects, and that's what, Jim and Mike and Laura tried to bring out tonight. The other meaningful aspects of Pennsylvania American owning the wastewater system in the township. As it relates to our bid and as it relates to the RFP process, we did bid to the 4 options under 2 different rate scenarios. So, the $35 million minimum bid with no freeze and a 2-year freeze. And we also bid to an option where there was a no freeze and a 2-year freeze. And in both cases, that bid was $56.1 million. That bid and the result of that bid is the highest bid under both options. And frankly, I think we were the only bidder to bid under a 2-year option. So what from that bidding process in a quantitative standpoint is that, we have the highest bid and we're $3.1 million higher. As it relates to rates, the township also asked within the bids to commit to a no freeze or a 2-year rate freeze. And I explained how we bid to both and the results of both. Our bid would include, within the 2-year rate freeze, we feel we could hold rates at least through 2023. The other part of the bid from a quantitative perspective was that bidders were asked to provide, a non-binding indicative rates from the period of 2021 to 2030. So in the interest of being compliant, we did provide a rate projection for that period. And frankly, the rate projection we provided we would classify it as like a fully loaded rate projection. And what that means is that rather than providing you what base rate increases could be based on prior filing cycles, we included what potential rate increases would be, but we also included what potential surcharges could be. The company IOUs, investor owns, have the ability to charge interim surcharges to recover specific investments for collection system and distribution system improvements. And part of the bid documents was an APA, and the APA under the rate section did provide language in it that said the bidders would have the ability to charge their surcharges after closing. So to be fully transparent in our rate projections, we wanted to include and did include, the potential surcharges that could come along with a rate filing cycle. But there's, so that's the qualitative outcomes you get from the bid, but there's other information as it relates to rates and future rates that I think are important. And we wanted to, call to your attention in this decision-making process. And that is future rates are completely set by the Public Utility Commission. So, what from this deal is that it is being structured as a fair market value deal under the recently passed Act 12 legislation. And what that means is that the company can pay fair market value prices, but we are also required by law to adopt your rates as our rates at closing. So that we will be taking your rates at closing. We also have committed to at least a 2-year rate freeze or a rate freeze through 2023. As far as future rates, as Mike alluded to, they're projections, they're indicative, and frankly, they can't be guaranteed. Only the PUC can approve rates, and any effort to guarantee rates actually is not allowed. There was some recent litigation in an acquisition in New Garden that resulted in an outcome where it was determined that rates cannot be guaranteed without the caveat that the PUC can approve it. But as it relates to future rates, what we want to make sure you're aware of is that, if we were your wastewater company owner, what that provides is that, we have 742,000 customers. We're 1.5 times the size of the next largest utility in the state. And that provides tremendous economies of scale in terms of rates and in terms of buying power. But the 742,000 customers, there's a law called Act 11, which allows companies like investor-owned companies to take a portion of their revenue requirement for wastewater systems and put it to the water customer base. And our water customer base is 667,000 customers. So you might say to yourself, well, wait a minute, am I paying for this twice on the water and the wastewater side? And the answer to that is yes, but it's a powerful example of the economies of scale. We ran the numbers on a $56 million purchase price, and the impact to a residential customer is 12 cents a month. The 12 cents a month is about 25% of the cost of a stamp, which goes away if Pennsylvania American owns the system, because we're going to bill water and wastewater on the same bill. And the other impact is the economies of scale. When we leverage not only our purchasing power, but the purchasing power of American Water, which is the largest publicly traded water system in the United States, $26 million market cap. Any cost savings we realize through equipment purchases, vehicle purchases, chemicals, those cost savings directly pass to the ratepayer. We do not charge a markup for O&M. That's passed directly to the ratepayer. Unlike a lease or a concession, part of that structure would require, includes bidders marking up expenses. Those expenses are passed directly to our ratepayers. We spend a lot of time and effort trying to manage expenses, because for every dollar of operation expense we save, it represents about $8 of capital that we could invest without impacting rates. So there are significant factors to consider when contemplating who will be your owner for your water and wastewater system as it relates to price, as it relates to rates. And just two other aspects I wanted to call out. We agreed, and the process was pretty clear that the winning bidder is going to step into the shoes of Lower Makefield, and that includes the obligation that's coming relative to the new upgraded bulk treatment facility. As indicated, could be Morrisville, could be in the area, but as the owner of that system, or of this system, we would step into that obligation. That would be our liability. That would transfer to us. But that cost would be shared among 700,000 customers versus the 11,000 customers. In addition, we've looked at your system and determined we've budgeted or planned for another $14 million of investment in the township's collection system, with a focus on the pump stations and collection systems. Our effort is to drive down I&I in the system. If we drive down I&I, that's less expense we would have for the bulk water costs. And 2018 was a particularly wet year, and the due diligence review indicated many of the township's pump stations were at or above hydraulic overload conditions. Our plan would be to focus efforts on those pump stations to put them in a position to meet those flow requirements, to avoid the potential of backflows, into the community or into customer homes. So, between the two commitments, there's 64 plus $1 million that we have. And in addition to that, as Jim mentioned, when we coordinate our collection system improvements, we sit down with the township. Now, where do you have paving you want to do? If there a water or wastewater line that we could replace, we'll get in that street and we will share or take the whole cost of the paving restoration. That drives value back to the township in terms of expenses that the township could use for other means. And lastly, in terms of capital, our company has probably one of the most favorable investment tariff provisions, where we'll provide the first $15,000 toward an extension to existing homes and more toward an extension of water or sewer to existing businesses. And this is in an effort to provide water or wastewater services to areas of the community that don't have it, that want it, and need it. And that amount is substantial, and we could aggregate that and have in the past to drive extensions into the community. So, we greatly appreciate the opportunity to expand a little bit more beyond the quantitative aspects of the bid and really talk about the quantitative aspects. I think, wrapping it up, we have a combined bid that provides value of over $120 million between a purchase price of $56.1, which again is $3 million higher than the next highest bid. $64 million in identified capital improvements. We can spread that cost over the state's largest customer base. We'll leverage our economies of scale. As Laura mentioned, we're embedded in the community. We're members of the community. We want to continue with that relationship. As Jim mentioned, we have a building right in the middle of the township. Response time, recovery time will be met with existing employees, and we're going to stand up another workforce for wastewater system in the township. So, the totality of our offer, and including the fact that your customers are actually our customers, creates a seamless transition and one-stop shopping. So again, we're grateful for the opportunity to speak with you, and we would definitely consider it a privilege if you would select us as your wastewater provider.
Thank you, Mr. Duran and your crew. Appreciate the presentation. At this time, I will open it up to the board for any questions to Pennsylvania American. Mr. Lewis.
Yes, a couple of quick questions for you. You guys wrote a letter to the township, and Scott Shearer indicating this was June 24th, that PFM incorrectly analyzed the indicative bids for Pennsylvania American Water, and that your bid was superior on the analysis. Two things. One, were you informed that the township had already drafted a resolution indicating Aqua was the highest bidder before your letter? And two, are you aware that the supervisors never received an updated analysis to reflect your concerns over the indicative bid? So we don't have a metric to understand exactly how your bid compares with Aqua's bid or other bids. Were you aware of those two items?
Bernie, you want to take that question, please?
I do, as soon as I find the mute button. Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. I appreciate the question. Yes, in regard to the letter, yes, we did send a letter indicating that there were some differences in the way the bids were analyzed. Typically, bids are looked at, what I'm familiar with is most of the time bids are looked at on a quantitative basis in terms of price. We understand the township also had considerations for rates, and then furthermore, apparently asked PFM to do an analysis to try to create an apples and apples comparison, utilizing the additional $3.1 million difference to offset a rate difference in these non-binding, indicative, non-guaranteed rate profiles. So one of the concerns was, as I mentioned, our offer would have included a fully loaded rate profile to include surcharges, which were contractually allowed for in the agreement. Whereas it appeared that the other bids were flat during interim years between cases, such that it would at least indicate, based on that review, that there was no intent to charge a disc surcharge. And if that's the case, fine. If not, then the likelihood that those rates would actually be higher than what were represented is the outcome. And again, the $3.1 million difference, I understand how PFM analyzed it. They did their best to try to make it apples and apples, but there are so many other factors that come into play. For example, could that $3.1 million be used as a matching fund and turn it into $6.2 million to be used to offset other township expenditures? So we did, and we were concerned about a difference between the two between the two comparisons and felt it was important that the township have additional information, including the qualitative aspects of Pennsylvania American owning the system, which is, again, we appreciate the opportunity to have presented that this evening. As far as the resolution, I was not aware of any resolution one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. And did you know that we have not received updated analysis that includes the DISC stuff? So we don't really know, and you won't take offense. It's hard for us to know whether your bid is higher or not, because we have not gotten the analysis back that compares the difference between the DISC cost that you've included and Aqua did not. So we don't know the dollar difference and are unable to make a fair assessment of that. So is that troubling to you?
Well, Commissioner Lewis, it's important that the township know that there were differences in what was utilized to compare and ultimately create an outcome that, was essentially based on a gap analysis between what rates could be. I'd continue to stress that those are indicative. Those are non-binding. The future rates are just that. They're potential rates. So for the township to, only, so to speak, look at those two factors, we felt it was important to, A, indicate that there were potential differences, and B, let you know that, in addition to the rates being, non-binding and non-guaranteed, there are other factors that add value to the municipality that we talked about, qualitative and quantitatively in our presentation.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to me if you had the higher bid and you felt like you weren't getting a fair analysis, that would be troubling in my mind, as it relates to that. Couple questions about how you handle wastewater treatment facilities, like MMA, for example. Your intent is to assume the contract that Lower Makefield has with MMA, right?
That would be correct. Our intent would be to take assignment of that agreement and other agreements and step into the shoes of those agreements. And, one thing I failed to mention, as the water provider in the municipality, we have existing business relationships with many of the communities that are tied to that regional plant. So we provide, as you know, water to all Lower Makefield. We provide water to all Yardley. We're in Falls Township, and we have a connection with Morrisville. So, through those relationships and our water, business, there already exists a platform to have discussions and, work with those communities on a future improvement. As it relates to wastewater systems, we own 20 in Pennsylvania. We own the city of Scranton. We own the city of McKeesport. We're investing hundreds of millions of dollars into plant improvements, I&I reduction. Between Pennsylvania American and American Water, we have a vast experience with all types of, new plants, working with communities that own the plants, I&I reduction, pump station improvements. So there's a vast experience level there.
Yeah, and that it's interesting. So at that point, then, is your intent simply to take the assigned contract from MMA for this time, or would you be willing to consider? I mean, I don't want to talk about your business, but that's your initial intent, is to take the assigned agreement with MMA.
Well, yeah, pursuant to the RFP and the draft APA, the winning bidder will take assignment of those contracts and step into the shoes of the township. Now, that doesn't mean that at that point or some other point, we couldn't make, outreach and have discussions with those municipalities and try to lend that purchasing power and value to those municipalities to come up with a regional solution.
Right, and you made very strong arguments about I&I, but question is, how would you drive down the costs, aside from I&I, the cost that Morrisville would incur for wastewater? Because that's about 65-70% of our cost is the actual treatment. So would you be marking that up in any way to ratepayers, other than the percent that you have to give to the PUC, right?
So
margin on that, right?
No, we don't margin expense. I mean, the way investor-owned utilities are regulated, basically we get a return dollar for dollar for expenses. We have a revenue requirement based on the amount of capital that is invested in the system. And that capital is, earns a return on and of, and that's what drives, the net income of the business. The net income drops to a dividend. 75% of that goes to our parent company, who funds 50% of our capital costs, and the other 25% goes back into the business. So I think it is important to know that investor-owned utilities do not mark up expenses. To your question, we would conduct a system study. I mean, as far as Morrisville is concerned, the lower flows that go into Morrisville, the lower cost per thousand you're going to pay to treat. So it's important to drive down those costs from an operating standpoint, OPEX standpoint. And additionally, we would use the synergies available from our existing water employees, our existing billing structure. We already bill the customers. It would be adding on to something rather than creating something additional. So all those operational expenses, we would utilize to drive down the expenses to the system.
So there's no specific strategy as to would you consider removing flows from one entity to another, or moving to another treatment facility at all down the road?
Typically, Commissioner Lewis, Supervisor Lewis, we would step into the shoes as is, but our company conducts what we call comprehensive planning studies. So we basically would step into the system and do a regionalized analysis of what is the best alternative. If the best alternative is to continue status quo and drive efficiencies, that's what we'll do. If the best alternatives is to create a regional solution, which might involve shifting flows, might involve a new plant, might involve partnering with the other folks. I mean, we'll conduct that overall analysis with the outcome to try to minimize the impact of the ratepayer.
So, and if I could keep following on that, you've done recent transactions similar to the one that you're envisioning today with Lower Makefield, correct? You recently bought other wastewater treatment conveyance systems, correct?
We have bought wastewater systems plant, and we bought wastewater systems that have both plant and conveyance, and we have an agreement to buy 2 systems that are conveyance only right now.
So can you give me an understanding of the prior deals that you've done that were conveyance only, in terms of what you were paying per EDU, to kind of give a rough idea, or how much you were paying for the facility and how many EDUs they had?
You mean purchase price?
Yeah.
Well, so those facilities would be based on, they were fair market. The 2 of them referred to that are under contract now were similar to Lower Makefield in that they were structured as fair market value opportunities. So, we were able to pay a purchase price based on the fair market value versus the depreciated original cost of the asset. It drives a higher purchase price as a result of paying an appraised value versus a depreciated value. On the 2 systems we're acquiring, I believe one of the systems, the purchase, I'd have to look it up. I'm going to say ballpark, the purchase price was anywhere from $4,000 to $5,000 a customer to $6,000+ a customer. I don't have that at my fingertips right now.
And this would be really helpful for us, because I've asked for comparisons of other conveyance system sales, because as you would expect, I would want the highest per customer payout if possible. And I'd also want to understand how ratepayers end up faring post sale. So can you tell me some of your recent transactions, what people experienced in terms of increases in rates from the that were PUC approved rate increases?
Well, so the model for an acquisition, particularly fair market value, is, as I mentioned, under state law, we'll take the seller's rates at closing. Mm-hmm. So currently, we would step into the rate structure of Lower Makefield, and we've done transactions where we have we've had success in the ability to implement a contractual rate hold. That's usually timed with the timing of rate cases. So when a system then that was acquired, they typically stay at their rates for a period of time until the next company's next base rate filing, at which point then the rates would be included in the case, and the rates would be modified based on the cost of service to provide service to those facilities, with the caveat that again we're gonna take we're purchasing systems and putting them under what we have single tariff pricing. So we're driving toward a state rate for all systems. Mm-hmm. So that's the proxy we're taking customers up to. So if a system had significantly lower rates at closing, the expectation was that those rates would head up toward our statewide rate. Now the commission has been over the years they realize they don't want to institute rate shock on systems that are bought with frankly artificially low rates. So we've experienced a time period over which rates are adjusted. Might be over a couple cases, so you could be looking at 2, 4, 6 years depending on the rate filing cycle. So it will be a case by case basis, depending on variables including rates, investment.
Yeah. So, but in that case, you've purchased. If you were the winning bidder here, our rate structure is higher or lower than your existing average rate structure.
Your rate structure, the lower Makefield rate structure for the average customer is about $6 higher than our current rate structure for wastewater.
$6 a month higher?
Correct.
Okay. And so in your mind, then you don't believe we would experience the kinds of rate shocks that say, folks in Limerick experienced, because we've already raised rates pretty significantly.
Again, the starting point is different for lower Makefield. And the starting point for systems like Limerick, I believe they were in the $30, $40 range. And systems like ours converge to our statewide rate. So yes, that would be a difference between the two.
Okay, and then you mentioned you have water facilities in Norristown, Pennsylvania, the borough of Norristown.
We do.
Did you participate in their recent bid process?
We did participate in that bid process.
And were you the winning bidder? Did you come in second, third? You don't know?
Well, I know we were not the winning bidder.
Okay. And how far off were you from the win on that?
All due respect, I think that's like a business proprietary.
Sure, understand. Okay. Okay, and then were you involved in the bidding for Delcora, which is Delaware County? Did they invite you into the bid process?
So my familiarity with Delcora was that transaction was structured as a so we call it sole source, individual transaction between two entities. So there was no bidding process that we participated in.
And you weren't invited at all into that?
Again, there was no bidding process.
Okay. And who managed those two? Do you recall who the company was who managed those two processes?
I would defer to Scott and Tom. I think they came in on the back end of it, but I'm not sure if they were, to what level their involvement was.
Okay. Thank you so much. I definitely appreciate your insights and your answers to my questions. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions for Pennsylvania American?
Fred, I just had a quick question, touching base on some of the, I guess, extras that you guys are offering in the bid. There was something about a $15,000 credit for customer with, I guess, existing homes to tie into the system with no tap-in fee. Can you elaborate on what exactly that means? Does that means bringing sewer curbside to these residents with no tap-in fee, essentially?
Sure. Yeah, I would. So what the tariff, there's a calculation within our tariff that will produce, an amount of revenue that the company can fund per customer. So we residential customers on water and wastewater, we can fund approximately $15,000 toward the cost of an extension. So by way of example, Mr. McCarthy, if you had a road in the township that had, say, 10 houses on it and did not have either water or wastewater, and those 10 homes agreed to take service, we could by that tariff invest 10 times $15,000 or $150,000 toward the cost of running the line up that street, to the extent that if that covered the costs, then there would be no other, necessary funding for the extension. And for those residents, there would be no tap-in fee. They would just have to run the lateral or the water line to the main. If there's an instance where it's a business, the calculation is going to be based on the revenue that the business would create, which drives up a higher investment amount. So we've, the commission's policy is, to try to encourage public water and wastewater in communities, and this is a tool by which our utility, has in its tariff, and frankly, it's been used in a lot of parts of the state to get infrastructure out to communities that need it and have a means or need to fund it.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Gandusky, if the cost of providing those 10 homes was $500,000, where would the difference come from?
Yeah, so the company's investment would be the 150, and we would work with the community or the residents, to try to find means to fund the difference. So it could come back to the residents, Mr. Weiss or Dr. Weiss, or we may, we've done transactions with municipalities where the township borrowed some money and was able to institute a special surcharge to those customers, and we put it on the bill. They used money they had or our contribution toward a matching fund grant program, that the township administered, so facilitated the access to grant money using our money as the matching fund. So we've been pretty creative in trying to find ways to get infrastructure, and if there's instances where it's really a problematic area or contaminated area, there are opportunities for state grant funding that assist.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments to Pennsylvania American from the board?
Yeah, Laura, you were talking about some of the feedback you got from your customers, and I wasn't sure if that, what I think you said was no substantiated complaints. Were you talking specifically just about Lower Makefield residents, or were you talking about all of your customers statewide?
That's an excellent question. I was talking about all customers statewide.
Okay. And I would be remiss if I didn't tell you this, slightly off topic, but we do have renters in the township who, because they do not have the accounts in their names, they are struggling with a way to find out when there are water issues. And if you could work on that, that would be a big win for us.
Absolutely. In fact, we have a project to upgrade our customer notification system, hopefully in the next few months, and it's to address that very thing, the tenant landlord issue. So we hear your feedback loud and clear, and we'll have a solution to that in the next couple months.
Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Any other comments, questions?
I just want maybe follow-up comment I'll make is that I'm not sure if the RFP process allows it or not, but reference contacts, two that come to mind that we've recently acquired large wastewater systems. One would be McKeesport over in Western Pennsylvania in Scranton. So, we reach out to those mayors and ask questions, not only about the process, but also did we do what we, did we do what we said we were going to do? And now that we've been there for a couple of years, how's that transition gone? So we offer that up. If you need those contacts, reach out to us and we can provide it.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from the board? Questions? Ms. Duran, your group, thank you very much.
We have some.
Hey, thank you.
Fred.
Yes, Monica. For Pennsylvania American specifically?
Yes, for Pennsylvania American.
Sure.
Peter is coming in first.
Okay. Go ahead, Peter.
Okay, actually, most of my comments had to do with general and not these presentations, but I do have something specific with regard to this process. just undergoing is that in the agenda, there was nothing listed about having presentations from just two bidders. Otherwise, the public would have complained that Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority was not included. So it was sleight of hand to have this process here, because what it actually says, if I can find it here on the agenda, is that this would be Pennsylvania American Water Company questions and discussion, aqua questions and discussion. Now, how is the public supposed to know? And this is all due respect for Pennsylvania American. I have all due respect for you. I'm just saying, how is the public supposed to know this was going to be a presentation by utilities? I mean, for God's sakes, gentlemen and lady, you have to do a better job. This is a part of that lack of transparency that has gone on through this whole bid process. This agenda doesn't mean anything. How was I supposed to understand that this stuff was going to happen? This is crazy. And that's my comment with regard to Pennsylvania American. It wasn't really with regard to you personally. Thank you.
Mr. Trulove, do you want to comment on that?
I mean, it's not I don't think there's a legal answer to that. I mean, that's a process question that, I mean, we can go through the litany of how the process started, even events that occurred before that. You know, hiring of Fred Ebert in 2015, 2016 to start reviewing the system. I mean, we could be here 10 hours to do that. I'm not commenting on Mr. LaChance's comments. I'm just saying, from a legal perspective, you know, there's certainly no violation. I'll say that. So
thank you very much. That's fine with me.
And now I would also say that if there are questions about what's on an agenda, residents can contact supervisors or anybody else, the administration, to say, what does this mean? That's not it happens a lot from what I can tell. So anyway,
Mr. Trulove, if I could,
another remedy to pursue.
If I could, I'd urge
Actually,
comments.
Mr. Ferguson, hold on a second. I'll let you speak, Mr. Lewis. Hold on a second. Mr. Ferguson, are you there? You're mute. I'm sorry. Just when did this agenda go out to the board and the public?
That's a good. I think we put it online probably Thursday or Friday, I would imagine. I think that was when the agenda. This mimics the agenda that was from July 1st for the most part. The July 1st agenda originally had Fred Ebert from Ebert Engineering presenting some alternatives that you're aware of. So this mimics that agenda from June. I think we put that first one out June 27th, but then obviously there was the injunction. So this was put out. It was either Thursday or Friday, but my guess is probably Friday on the website.
Okay, so we had all this time for anybody who wished to have questioned the agenda to comment. So with that, I'll just say, go ahead, Mr. Lewis.
Yeah, and my comment was to Mr. Solicitor Trulove. Solicitor Trulove encouraged people to provide public comment, and I welcome public comment, but I prefer it through email. If you unsolicited text me, I have to screen cap every one of those. So please, please do not text me. Please email me. I save all my emails, but I can't. The text messages, I've received just blizzards of them today, and I'm screen capping.
I did not mean to incur an avalanche on anybody, but my point was, in fact, I received an inquiry about the agenda maybe on Friday from Mr. LaChance and explaining
the conveyance, the use of the
word
the
conveyance language, as I indicated at the beginning of the meeting, or near the beginning of the meeting.
Yeah. And by the way, if you hear the snapshot sound, that's me archiving all the text messages as screen cap. So please, please, I'm warning you with peace and love. If I can borrow Ringo language, please email me. That's jlewis@lmt.org. All archived. I want to meet the standards. I release bulk of my email all the time. So I think I gave somebody a year's worth. So emails, please, with peace and love. No texts.
Yes. And if there's ever any questions about an agenda item, feel free to email me or any member of the board, and we will answer you before the meeting. Any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, Tim is on the line.
Hi, Tim. Give your full name, address, and make your comment. You're mute. Tim, there you go. Go ahead, Tim. Tim? Monica, can you see what's going on with Tim Malloy?
Yes, we're checking in.
Okay.
This is Tim Malloy, 1902 Makefield Road, Yardley, PA.
Go ahead, Tim. Make your comment.
Okay, great. Thanks, Fred. I attended at 5 o'clock a Lower Makefield Township Sewer Authority meeting. I'm not sure if it was the Sewer Authority or the subcommittee.
It was the sewer subcommittee.
And it was the subcommittee.
Yes.
At that meeting, my understanding was that the members wanted the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority bid considered. And I know the solicitor said that, you know, that,
Tim, I'm happy to let you make your comment, but is there anything related to Pennsylvania American's presentation that you're going to comment on?
No, I'll hold for the next segment then.
That'd be a good idea. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Fred.
Any other public comment regarding this presentation, Monica?
Marilyn said she would like to speak on this presentation.
Yes, sure. Marilyn, unmute yourself, give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Okay. Hi, Marilyn Herrett, 484 Kings Road, Lower Makefield. Are either of these bidders, especially Pennsylvania American, aware that many of us who have auxiliary meters, water meters on our homes that have been used either for underground watering, sprinkling systems, this is water that does not go into the sanitary sewers. It goes into the ground or for their pools or whatever. Now, when at the end of the year, my husband reads the meter, sends it in, or someone comes out and reads the meter. So we are not charged a sewage charge for that amount of water that is used. And the other part of my question is, since he spoke of not raising the rates for a period of time, what does this mean? That was this the reason that our rates have been bumped up to a really double the rate that it has been in the past?
Marilyn, I don't think Pennsylvania American can answer that question, but we can, and we'll be happy to answer that question at the next segment of the discussion. And you'll be more than welcome to call again. Well,
I'm hanging in here. I'm listening to you.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So to answer, so the question that I think Pennsylvania American can answer is the what to do with the water that goes into a pool or your sprinkler system. How will Pennsylvania American treat the sewer bill? Did I state that concern?
Yes, because none of us, to my knowledge, has a sewer meter. Our sewer bills are based upon our water usage.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. Anybody?
All right, I'll wait.
Okay. Anybody?
Bernie, the only question, I think I know the answer, but you would know it for sure. You want to take it?
Yeah, Mike, I'm sorry. I missed the name of the speaker.
Herrett, Marilyn Herrett.
I will have to can we get back to you on that question? I mean, it sounds like there's an arrangement whereby there's a deduct meter situation for the filling of swimming pools. You know, we would just need to look into how that works. And if it's, you know, part of what we'd be stepping into, you know, in terms of taking your rates at closing.
you would honor the same practice that we do now with the sewer bill.
That's what we want to. That's what I want to be specific about before I give a definitive answer on that, if that's okay.
Okay. I mean, I have no objection to that. Marilyn, if you're still on, I think
She's in the waiting room. Do you want me to bring her back in?
if she wants to come back in and discuss that one point, that's fine. That's an important question.
We're bringing her back in.
Thank you.
She's back in.
Marilyn, did you hear the comment from Mr. Grandusky from Pennsylvania American Water?
No. Was it that he said he had to look into it?
Yes.
Oh, yes, I did hear that, and I will wait here until the other presentation.
Okay. Okay. But he did say Pennsylvania American would continue the practice that we have in place now, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Grandusky?
I sort of understood that he would look into it to see if they would continue.
No,
It's just, we would just want to get the specifics. Sometimes there's situations where there's a deduct meter put in place. So, we recognize that that would come off of the charges. I would just want to get the specifics from Maryland, and certainly be willing to have a off record, conversation directly with her if that would help.
Well, that would be fine, except I don't think it should be off the record. I think a lot of people would be concerned about it.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, no, I was just trying to be efficient. We'll get an answer back to you. I just would need some specifics on your arrangement.
Mr. Ferguson, okay. if you're with us, can you shed some light on the specifics of that process with the second meters? I guess we'll have that. Oh, there you go. Kurt, you're mute.
I will apologize. I've taken this off. I have a 4-year-old run down here twice, and versus her trying to get attention in the door behind me, I got the screen and her upstairs. She was complaining quite a bit as I took her away. I apologize. So what was the question?
How do we deal with the second meters on a sewer bill as far as like pools or sprinkler systems to credit the water usage from the sewer bill, since there are no sewer meters?
Well, that reading is done once a year, essentially, where someone would take a picture of that meter on a year-to-year basis, and then that credit is a subsequent bill based upon what the annual reading of that water is. Our sewage is a per gallon, our 1,000-gallon charge, and so let's just say that was 6,000 or 8,000 gallons, whatever that was, that would be applied against like a bill where that annual credit. And there's a time of year it's due by, and you'll have to forgive me. I think it's by September 1st every year that it's due, and then it would do a subsequent bill.
Okay, the voice was rather broken up, but I think I understood most of what you said. And I'm not the only person involved. When we had the water system installed, that was one of the suggestions that the township made that we do.
Well, particularly for someone, for example, who fills a pool, and we've told people the meter itself may cost $400 or $500. However, for someone that fills their pool every year with maybe 30,000 gallons of water, in time, it would essentially you'd pay yourself back for that. So we're one of the only towns, I believe, in Bucks County that still has such a program. There were a few others, and most of them have been no longer exist. So we've continued that to benefit people.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But we wouldn't have to take it out if we're going to be, of course, this year we haven't used it at all.
Well, maybe unless you've watered your lawn or something.
No,
with it.
we haven't, and I don't have a pool.
I think unless whoever, and if we decide to sell the system, the new entity might install sewer meters, and that would be a whole different ballgame. But I think knowing that information, Mr. Grandusky, does that clarify the practice of the township, and would Pennsylvania American be willing to continue that practice since there is no sewer meter?
Yeah, so Dr. Weiss, subject to checking that it's in compliance with our tariff, and to the extent that it's a practice in the township, as past practice would take it over systems like this, we would follow the existing practice. I just have to make sure it doesn't violate a provision of the Public Utility Code before I commit to saying yes. If it doesn't, I think we can commit to following that practice.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Marilyn, that's I guess the best answer we can get.
Okay, I'm going to hang up and I'm going to listen to the broadcast on my computer. Thank you.
Have a great night. Thanks.
You too.
Monica, is there any other public comment?
Yes, we have Patty coming in.
Patty? Okay. Hi, Patty. Give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Yes, my name is Patty Piak, 2 Sandy Run Road. My question for American Water is, you mentioned potential surcharges. What might they be, and how often do they occur generally?
So, Patty, the Public Utility Commission allows for utilities to charge what's called a distribution system improvement charge in between rate cases. And it is a recovery in between cases of investment made for specific type of assets, typically non-expense reducing, non-revenue producing assets. So think of like pipe replacement, and it's an incentive for utilities to continue to replace infrastructure in between cases with an outcome to extend the filing of cases to a larger period. So once a case has been filed, and we call it the DSIC rate, and it can go up to 5% in between cases, and it'll gradually go up based on the amount of investment.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Patty. Go ahead.
We have Robert on the line next.
Okay. Robert, if you're there, give your full name.
Yep. Robert Abrams, 652 Teach Drive. You hear me?
Yep. Go ahead. Give your comment.
Got a question for the Pennsylvania American Water guys. You're currently looking for rate increases of 12% this year, 5% next year with the PUC, and now there's 5 dates for public comment. I had been, and actually part of the reason that there's probably 5 dates is the amount of complaints that they're getting about it. What you were asking for is that you're upgrading $136 million over 2 years, and I'm looking at the useful replacement life of that equipment being about 35 years. So if you were to take that $135 million you're asking the user for and multiply it by 35 years, that is $4,760 million that you will collect over the next 35 years from the customers for your $136 million investment. Now, we've had this discussion online in one of the local community forums, and apparently one of the people on that forum pointed me to a shareholder meeting where your CEO guaranteed 10% to the bottom line year over year, and that you would have absolutely no problem making those numbers. Looking at the numbers that I just threw at you, that over the next 2 years you want to put up 136 million, that's going to bring back 4.76 billion. I would kind of think he's right. And I would kind of think that everybody in this township better grab their wallets quick if you can go after us 5% every year plus PUC increases without asking any questions. Now, this bid has been a disaster from the very beginning. There is nothing Lower Makefield Township resident friendly about it. It needs to be thrown in the trash, and you people need to do what you were elected to do. And I'm still waiting for every one of you to stand up and say, nobody, friends, family, or anything else will take anything directly or indirectly if we sell the sewer system. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment, Monica?
No more.
Mr. Duran, Mr. Gundusky, and crew, thank you for your time and your presentation. We appreciate it.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
No problem. Have a great evening. All right. Next on the agenda is a presentation, questions, and discussion with Aqua. Can we get Aqua in?
Bringing them in now.
Can you hear me? There we go. Can you put up the presentation, please? Oh, there we go. So again, good evening. My name is Mark Luca. I am the president of Aqua Pennsylvania. And with me here this evening, I have Bill Packer. He is our vice president and controller. And we are also accompanied by Alex Stahl. He is our regulatory counsel.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening. So can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so we just heard a very good presentation, and I was very interested to hear many of the good points that our colleagues and professionals made at Pennsylvania American. As they highlighted, we are not the biggest water utility in the state, nor in the country, and we are not your water provider. But that gives me reason to want to work harder to get your business. That means that we are going to lean forward in the saddle, as a Colonel Armstrong used to say to me, and we're going to work harder to earn your business and to be your water service provider, or your wastewater service provider, excuse me. On the presentations today, we're going to tell you a little bit about Aqua Pennsylvania because you don't know about us. Perhaps you don't know very much about us. And we'll talk about our bid. We'll talk about some of the important things that we think are worth highlighting and give you really a rundown of who we are and how we operate. Our core values are pretty straightforward, but they're so meaningful. They're integrity, respect, and the pursuit of excellence. And I would tell you that it's more than a lapel pin or a table tent. These are things that we live by. They're things that we hold each other accountable to. And most important is the pursuit of excellence as we seek to serve our customers. And many things that you're going to hear tonight from me and from Bill really speaks to how we serve our customers and how, frankly, if it doesn't benefit the customer, we ought not be doing it. Our mission is simple. It's protecting and providing Earth's most essential resource. And that is the same whether it's drinking water we're serving or whether we're taking your wastewater away and treating it, in which case we're most concerned about the environmental impacts of what we do. Our vision, lots of words here, but really it comes down to customer service. And we're going to talk a lot about that today. Next slide, please. So numbers at a glance, you certainly can get a sense of our size. We have 443,000 water connections in the state. and about 43,000 wastewater connections. That puts us at about 480. Parenthetically, you can see below the wastewater numbers are deals that we have in progress. That would include Delcora and New Garden, which would add about 200,000 EDUs. An EDU is an equivalent dwelling unit. It's typically one home, so you might think of that as being the equivalent of about 200,000 additional homes, which would put us somewhere around 680,000, 690,000 connections across Pennsylvania. You can see the different size of our treatment plants, our counties, our number of employees, the number of pipe, and lots of other statistics that are interesting to us and hopefully we find enlightening for you. Next slide, please. So a little snapshot of where we are. You can see there on the right, the colored counties are those where we currently serve water or wastewater service. On the left, I think you all reference that and know that very well. There are numerous communities that we have where we do the water service and not the wastewater, and others where we do wastewater and not the water, and others where we'll do both. And I would tell you that we can be as efficient in any one of those three circumstances because of the way that we run our business, the way that we run our crews, and the way that we are so singularly focused on customer service. And we're going to talk more about that in just a few minutes. Next slide, please. So customer service and care. Really want to talk about customer service here on the first column to the left. You can see pretty much what I've been saying, that if it really isn't benefiting the customer, we really should think about what that means. The next two bullets speak to emergency operations and customer service during severe weather events. You know, many times in these presentations, there's a reference made to the Public Utilities Commission, and almost exclusively it's tied to rates and the rate process. And there is truth in that they do manage our rates, they manage our expenditures, they control what we can and cannot charge customers, but they do more. For example, there are periodic management audits. They could take 6 months. So every company that's regulated by the Public Utilities Commission is subject to management audits. And that is an absolute audit of everything that we do: customer service, billing, operations, safety, emergency operations plans. And then they'll do focused audits. They'll do focused inspections. They'll come out to our treatment plants. They'll visit construction sites. So when you talk about being a regulated entity by the Public Utilities Commission, it really focuses on and holds us accountable to the emergency operations plans and how we function during severe weather events. And how we function during severe weather events is tied to our customer service call centers. We have 2 in the United States. We have 1 in Illinois, and we have 1 in North Carolina, strategically located so that they are not susceptible to regional storms. So for example, if a hurricane is coming up the coast that may affect our North Carolina center, we would be able to address and receive calls at our Illinois call center. And likewise, if there is a storm coming in from the west, it may not affect the call center down south. The bottom one there on that first column, talking about extensive data management systems, is a little bit of code, and it's code for cybersecurity. You know, so much of what we do today is, all of us, is addressed over telephones and computers and other devices. And we manage a lot of data. Things like SCADA, things that control our water treatment plants, wells, wastewater treatment plants, but also how we interact with our customers, maybe social security numbers, other private data. And we have a very, very active cybersecurity department that interacts with the FBI and other organizations, state police, to make sure that all of our data, all of your data, all of our customers' data is protected and protected at all times. So for the second column, the one there in the middle, convenient bill pay, we do have convenient bill pay. I'm still of the opinion, I don't know how you can text a payment for a bill, but that's my age. Certainly the younger people like to use that, and it works out well for people of all ages that we can accommodate payment in many, many different forms. And finally, the column on the right is our Helping Hand program, which upon meeting certain criteria, this would benefit customers who may be financially challenged, which we see today, in particular, things like COVID, which have caused so many people, so many customers have lost their jobs or be furloughed, cannot pay their bills. They can apply to a local community action group, and that group would then interact and help them participate in our Helping Hand program. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this was mentioned earlier. This is the J.D. Power 2020 Water Utility Residential Survey. And we are proud to say that we are the top-rated private utility in the northeastern part of the United States. This survey included 6 different criteria, and you can see those there in the middle on the left-hand side, from delivery, billing and payment, conservation, price, communications, and customer service. I'm very proud that we are second. We were third last year. I really want to unseat New York Environmental, and I'd like to be first next year, and that is our goal, because our goal is the best customer service. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about emergency equipment and resources. Start on the right-hand side there toward the top right. We utilize the most up-to-date technology to inspect proactively, clear sewer lines to remove blockages. And the photograph of the picture there in the center top and the bottom left is a sewer maintenance combination truck that we just recently purchased. That truck is housed in Willow Grove at our facility and makes its way around southeastern Pennsylvania to proactively clear areas that we know are difficult spots or spots that are trouble spots for clogs in the sewer lines. But we can also use that to mobilize in the event of an emergency so that we can clear lines before they get to be significant problems for customers and for the environment. Accompanying that truck is the truck in the bottom right. That is a sewer camera truck, also stored at Willow Grove. These 2 trucks generally run in tandem so that they can camera the sewer lines to see where there are problems and what the problems may be. And then the vac truck would go in and clear any problem areas that have been identified. Next slide. You know, being a large company like we are, many times we're asked about our ability to still not lose touch with the customer. And this is a really good example of how we interact with our customers at all levels of the organization. So around 6:30 a.m. on January 25th, 2017, I got a phone call from one of my managers out in Willow Grove. This is in the Glenside area, and said to me, "You have to come see this. It's a real problem." When I rolled up on site, I saw what you see in the photograph on the left. And we immediately went to work. We didn't ask who did it, who's responsible. It's not my problem. Let's get somebody else out here who can figure this out. Our people immediately went to work. We immediately started to fill in the hole. We helped that homeowner move their vehicle. We removed the tree. We put the water line back into service and had customers back in water that day. As it turned out, this problem was not caused by us. It was caused by local homeowners and excessive rain. And when that sinkhole opened up, we know from forensic analysis that as the hole opened, it tore our water pipe that was below the sidewalk, which you can see there by one of the cones furthest back into the photo. It tore our pipe out and water gushed into the hole. It didn't matter. We fixed the problem and repaired the sinkhole and road within 3 days. You can see what that looks like shortly after the photograph, probably within 6 months to 9 months, that's what it looked like. The point is, I was on site as the president. I spent the day on site interviewing with the media. I spent time directly talking to the Cheltenham folks. I talked to the legislators. I talked to regulators. And that's how we operate. And when there are problems like this, you may not see me, you may see me, but you will always see someone very high ranking in our company to address the situation at a personal level. Next slide, please. I'm going to hand it over to Bill Packer. Bill, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thanks, Mark. Thank you, supervisors, for having us in here today. And I will spend some time talking about the rates aspect of the company's bids And I will spend less time getting into as much details since my counterpart over at American did a very nice job, Bernie, in explaining the overall rate-making principles and tenets at the Public Utility Commission. Correctly, if this acquisition was to proceed, the company would be adopting the existing rates of Lower Makefield as memorialized by resolution at the date of closing. It was noted that the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission, when they do look at rates, they have a philosophy of looking at gradualism and trying to avoid rate shock, this large one-time increases in a rate for any one customer. So they look to utilize the company's customer base to spread those costs and ameliorate those rate increases over time. We've had a long history of doing that, both on water and most recently in our wastewater rate case, our most recent one being effective in 2019. Again, any rates projection are subject at great length to review and determination at the PUC. So our rates, just like anybody else's, are definitely indicative. There's a long process. It's a public hearing process. It's a 9-month statutory process with consumer advocates representing the customers, as well as the Bureau of Investigation and Enforcement at the Public Utility Commission. And their job is to obviously represent all sides of a rate case to substantiate the company's claims when we establish the rates. And again, the rates in existence today, or when closing happens of Lower Makefield, will in fact go into the company's tariff at closing. Let's go to the next slide. So the rates in our indicative bid. So we provided, and I'll spend less time talking about the $35 million proposal, but we submitted a rates projection on the base rates. Our bid rates projection did not include a DISC surcharge, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. But we started with the base rates of Lower Makefield and projected them out for a period of 10 years. And the point of any 10-year projection, right? The company's projections included, and I'll go through some of those details, an assumption that we would be in for rates sometime around 2025 with a rate case and sometime in 2028, which is why you see the jump up in rates from 2024 to 2025, which is about a 21% increase. And then subsequently in 2028, which is about a 12% increase. Overall, if you look over the 10-year period, the assumption of the company's rates analysis of the cost of service for just the Lower Makefield system represent about a composite annual growth rate of about 3.41%. Again, that doesn't include a DISC surcharge, which is up to 5%, just like a counterpart company, and can be implemented between rate cases. Now, we don't have a rate case early on in the earlier years in this analysis. And it's simply because due to the timing and the company's rate case expected schedule, this system would not be available for a 2022 effective rate case. Again, our rate case last effective was filed in 2018, rates effective in 2019. And basically we're projecting that we're going to be on a 3-year sort of rate cycle with our investment and this structure. So that's the way our cycle work, and that's based on our assumptions. A lot's changed in DISC over the 20 years it's been in place. 1996, it started with water, and most recently in 2013, they allowed wastewater to participate in a DISC, and Aqua Wastewater has a 5% DISC surcharge available to its sewer. But what's different today is you're not automatically able to just turn it on. Back in the day on water, we would have a system acquisition, and within a quarter or two, you could start turning on a DISC. The way it works now, you have to amend a long-term infrastructure improvement plan. That improvement plan gets reviewed, and then after that is filed and ultimately approved, the company could then start assessing a DISC surcharge. But I would note that a DISC surcharge that might be present either in 2023 or 2024 would not change the calculation of the rate that the company has submitted in 2025 or 2028. That is the fundamentals of the investment the company has in Lower Makefield at that time, the expenses that we deem prudent and necessary to run that system. So that's the summary of the disc. What I would submit is that if you were to look at the disc in its largest form at 5%, even at the tail end of the rates projection, in this case in 2030, we projected a $96 bill. Applying a 5% disc to that would result in a bill somewhere around $101. That would change the compound annual growth rate from about 3.41% to about 3.98%. So you can see it's about 1/2 of 1% on a growth rate over the time. But that's how we presented our rates and our analysis for the purposes of the RFB. If we can go to the next slide. Okay, so what else is in our rate proposal? So again, the rate proposal is a standalone cost of service analysis of Lower Makefield. So it considers the company's purchase price. That is a larger driver. It considers the company's future capital that we deem prudent to invest in the system. And also, obviously, it includes the cost to operate the system. Those three main components are what go into the cost of service in any one system, and thus our analysis. We looked at rates based on a 4,000 gallon average bill. And the indicative rates also include an allocation pursuant to the Act 11, which allows us to utilize the company's existing customers to spread the costs of any one system over time. We have experience in this. In our most recent rate case, we achieved a allocation percentage of approximately 25% for our wastewater business as a whole. So we would look to employ similar rate strategies to, again, help ameliorate the effects of any increase on this system as we make investments in it. And that's a long tried process in Pennsylvania under single tariff pricing. And the allocation is just one other mechanism that we're able to do. We can go to the next slide. So the distribution system improvement charge, this again was covered by Bernie. I'll cover it briefly again. It is a surcharge. It isn't a change in your base rate. The company can file quarterly, and that quarterly calculation looks at the investments across the entire state, okay? Not just including systems that we acquire, but all of our systems, both for wastewater. And we attribute that investment and the costs into the form of a surcharge and are allowed to recover that surcharge between rate cases. When you do go in for a rate case, that disc surcharge is reset to 0. Thus, it is incorporated in the rate analysis. In my example before, at the rate case intervals I showed at year 5 and year 8, all of the company's investments in Lower Makefield would be accounted for at that time. We were asked if we had included DISC. We responded that we did not include the DISC in our analysis, simply because of the analysis that we would do normally to update a long-term infrastructure improvement plan and assess the capital needs of the system, not just for here, but also the entire company. You can go to the next page. Other tariff information connecting to our system. These are just highlights. We don't charge a tap fee to connect to our system. We don't have any capacity reservation fees. If we have a main that runs down your street, we can contribute for a customer who wishes to connect to that main if they are not already connected. And in Pennsylvania Public Utility Code, they do have a mathematical formula, and Bernie highlighted this, that is in their tariff. It is not in our tariff, simply because on our wastewater business, we haven't had the need to put that in our tariff yet. We have had that, we do have that in our water tariff and have used that in the past to extend water main to a system that was looking to get on public water. And again, the PUC does promote that as a matter of policy. If we were to apply that on the wastewater side, which we certainly could do pursuant to the Public Utility Code, our mathematics would demonstrate that our customer contribution would also be in the $10,000 to $15,000 range, depending on the mathematics and the tariff we would apply that to. Again, this is not currently in our tariff, but a process to get something in our tariff is a 60-day process. It's not a rate case. And given that this has a long principled standing in Pennsylvania public utility rate making, that's something that could be easily done should we need to do that in this system or any others. Go to the next slide. Therefore, I'll turn it back to Mark. Mark?
A little bit ago, and I thought that this would be a good opportunity for us to chat a little bit about it. So you can see here, Limerick was a system that we closed on in 2017. Even today, you can see in 2020, the reference made to an article in the Pottstown Mercury, the benefit of an acquisition or a sale of the town like Limerick. You can see here it's the third consecutive year without a tax hike. You can see here that their millages remain the same, that they've been able to pay off debt. They've combined fire companies and built new public administration buildings. And this has overall been a win-win for Limerick and the customers. And I have provided here on the right-hand side contact, and I encourage you please to contact Dan Kerr. And we have some more contact information for him as we go into the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. Here's the Aqua references. You certainly can call these individuals from 1998, going back that far to just 2019. So there's a pretty good array of people here that you can reach out to and chat with about the acquisitions and whether or not we've stood up and done the many things that we were agreed to do. Next slide, please. And my final slide, really making the decision. This is a very challenging decision for you, and I can appreciate the challenges that you have as you look at all of the bids and the analysis. I can tell you that we want to be your wastewater provider. We approach everything with respect, integrity, and excellence. Lower Makefield residents would become Aqua wastewater customers upon close, but also we would be hiring people from locally. We would be using vendors locally as well. And so there would be opportunities to put money back into the community as we continued improvements on the sewer system. We know that municipalities thrive where they have a solid utility in place. Generally, you don't see one without the other. Our goal is to help the township and its residents flourish and succeed through the acquisition. You define, you and the local municipalities decide what flourish and success looks like. We're not a land use provider. That's something that you decide through your regulations and how you govern growth. If there's an opportunity where you're looking to grow, we certainly would seek to help you do that. If it's something that communities where they are happy with where they are, they don't seek to grow, we're certainly happy with that as well. The team that the township has met during the acquisition, same people you'll see during the transaction. There's not a single person that any of the folks at the township have met that you will not see again and again and again should we be your partner. Again, we understand and appreciate the magnitude of your decision. I will conclude by saying we want to be your solution. Thank you very much for your time, and the team and I are happy to take any questions as you may have them. Thank you very much.
Fred, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. Ms. Truelove, did you want to make a comment? No? Okay.
No, I was just reminding you were on mute.
Okay. Any comments, questions to Aqua? Mr. Lewis?
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Luca. You mentioned Limerick. Can you tell me what the purchase price was per EDU on that?
Purchase price there was about $13,000 per EDU.
Okay. And
Mark, that was actually per customer. I'm sorry.
Per customer. Thank you, Bill.
That's a per customer. Per EDU was around 10,000, around 9,000.
9,000, 10,000.
Yeah. Yep.
And I see from your bid here, you know, your bid here says that we get 45.69 per EDU, with $53 million, right? What's interesting though, is you mentioned Limerick as a great case study. You filed a PUC rate increase with them. What was the percentage rate that you're seeking for that?
Bill?
We did not file a rate increase for Limerick.
You have not filed one. I know you purchased it in 2018, right?
That's correct.
And when are you planning to file a PUC rate increase for that?
That won't be filed until likely next year.
Next year. But you mentioned the Pottstown Mercury, and their article from September 7th, 2018 indicates that the deal to sell the system includes a rate freeze for the next 3 years, but after the 3-year rate freeze, a hike of as much as 84% in the base rate of Limerick sewer customers is possible, records indicate. Is that true, false? Did the Pottstown Mercury make that up, or am I missing something?
No, I think I look, the Limerick deal is one that was our first fair market value deal.
Mm-hmm.
The price per customer that you see and the information that we learned from the Public Utilities Commission and their response, we're not going to see those numbers again. So what we're doing now is we're seeing numbers more in line with what you're seeing here, with what we bid and won at Cheltenham, East Norriton, are all in the $5,000 per customer range. And so I think as you look at Limerick, I would ask you to look at that as an outlier and consider the benefits of our experience now in managing the process associated with fair market value deals. Now that process has also allowed us to become more efficient. And so there's discussion about rate freezes. There's discussion about things that sometimes get included into asset purchase agreements. And we understand from talking with the Public Utilities Commission that they push back very hard on certain aspects of asset purchase agreements. And so as a result, you're not going to see the types of things in Limerick that in future deals.
So did the PUC claw back some of that payout or change the structure of it in some way?
Bill, you want to cover that?
I'm not sure what you mean by the question. They didn't.
Well, did the PUC change your asset purchase agreement in any way?
They did not change the asset purchase agreement. No.
Okay, so and the question I have is the base rates for Limerick were much lower than ours already. So in acquiring our system, we've already done the hard work of ratcheting up rates pretty significantly, which means your discounted cash flow is going to be a lot stronger with our system, yet our payout isn't that compelling compared to your typical deals.
Yeah, I would say from my perspective, look, we looked at the assets that are in the ground in Limerick, just like we looked at the assets in the ground at Lower Makefield, right?
Yeah.
His collection system goes to treatment. We had a similar system in Cheltenham, East Norton, that we acquired, similar prices, similar characteristics, right? So every deal is not a foregone conclusion that you're going to end up at the same value per customer, and rates come into that equation as well.
Yeah, and I understand that every deal is different. And in the past life, I worked on bank mergers, and now I work on distressed asset sales with interactive companies. But and I'm not suggesting that, but what I am curious about is benchmarks to how to grade a particular deal, right? And if you know, I don't know, do you remember Core States Bank, right? It was a large bank in the area. It was the Core States Arena before it came FU.
Yeah, you said the Flyers building. You got
yes, it. Okay. That was one of the most expensive deals ever in bank history. So First Union paid 5 times book, which was outrageous at the time. And I guess Limerick probably is that similar kind of outlier. But I should expect that I get somewhere in between or somewhat closer to your median if you say it's 5,000 per customer or 6,000 per customer, and I'm at 4,000 something per customer, right?
Yeah, I think one of the big differences at Limerick, and I'm glad you recognize that it's an outlier, but one of the big differences at Limerick is it had 2 wastewater treatment plants that we now own and operate. So it's not just a collection system. It's also different assets that we looked at, as Bill was talking about.
Okay. And that's important because I've been unable to get good benchmarks on these deals, right? So that's difficult for me. So I know, are you involved in the Norristown arrangement?
I am, yes.
The borough of Norristown. Okay. And have you won that one, or did you have a bid price, or where does that stand right now?
So that has been, the Borough Council has awarded that to us. They voted to award that to us 5-2.
Okay.
There was a meeting tonight of the Sewer Authority. I haven't gotten the full download on that yet because I've been here. We expect that to go forward in relatively short order.
And that deal, Norristown has roughly the same number of people as Lower Makefield, but a much older infrastructure, right? But they also had a plant. So how do you value the plant and the conveyance system?
Yeah, so they have a good sized plant. Their plant's close to 10 million gallons per day. And the question you're asking is really part of how we structure deals and how we model them is a little bit of our secret sauce. The truth is in the pudding. When we go to the Public Utilities Commission and the value of the assets is determined by the Public Utilities Commission through the fair market value process and then vetted through the OCA and other people, that's when you start to see the value be tested.
Mm-hmm. And are you the winning bidder on Delcora?
We are under contract with Delcora currently to own and operate that system. The application has been submitted to the Public Utilities Commission as well.
How many bidders did you beat out to get that one?
That was a negotiated sale. I'm not sure if they communicated with others. I don't believe that they did. The synergies that we had and the size of their system, including the capital required, they felt necessitated a better deal and transaction by negotiating only with us.
So they had a choice to have a bid or just deal with you, and they chose to work with just you.
That was the conclusion, yes.
Okay. In both deals, who was the representatives for the sellers, both in Sewer Council and in I guess marketing agent? Well, I don't know what you would call a financial service provider here.
Yeah, for Delcora, PFM has been involved, but I'm not sure if they were initially involved. I think they came in later. You'd have to talk with Scott about that.
Yeah, Mark, I'm happy to answer that. We were the financial advisor for Norristown's procurement process. For Delcora, we were brought in after the agreement to move forward with Aqua was consummated.
Okay. And the Delcora arrangement, has the Delcora arrangement engendered any litigation? If so, what's the status of that? And I know you can't talk about particulars. I got 500 lawyers here. I'm not a lawyer, so, but I have to ask, if you will.
Well, you got the answer. Active litigation is something that we're not able to communicate, but there is active litigation right now.
Right. So I got a question for you that maybe you can answer. Let's say the nominal bid that you've offered us is less than Pennsylvania American Waters, right? We've agreed that upfront price is lower. And I'm not even sure if you're the winning bidder because I don't really know what the rates are and I haven't gotten a fair analysis. But let's assume the board likes you, thinks you have just the right amount of moxie and you had a great presentation. And we visited Limerick because we saw the power plant and we thought, wow, this is a great place. However, we might have litigation from a jilted Pennsylvania American Water, correct?
You'd have to ask them. I'm not sure what they would do.
And would you consider as part of your bid that you would hold us harmless from litigation from them?
Negotiating the terms of the asset purchase agreement in a public meeting like this is difficult.
Can I just step in for a second?
Yeah, thank you.
I apologize, Mr. Luca and team for that question. We have an asset purchase agreement that the different teams have bid on, and no, they're not indemnifying us for a mismanaged or risk related to a bid process.
Okay, I mean, I never received the asset purchase agreement details, so I don't know. Okay. I think that's all I have for now.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. Similar to what I asked Pennsylvania American, what is the plan that you guys have as far as tying in non-existing customers into the sewer system? What are you offering as far as, I guess bonuses is what I'll call them, for residents and businesses that aren't currently tied in?
Yep, I think Bill covered that on one of the slides. Bill, do you want to cover that again?
My apologies if it's...
No worries.
I mean, again, where we have a main running down your system, it was on one of the slides earlier, we can contribute a couple $1,000s for a typical lateral running to a customer's premises, right? When you're talking about providing new sewer, again, I noted that the extension of service provision in our wastewater, it's not in our wastewater tariff, it's in our water tariff, but it is allowed pursuant to the PUC code. It's a mathematical formula based on the revenues that you charge, the cost of capital and depreciation. So looking at that mathematics that I ran, if we were to need that and put that into our sewer tariff, it would be somewhere in the $10,000 to $15,000 range.
And just to confirm, you mentioned, I guess, money towards a lateral. Is it money towards a lateral or no tap-in fee, or is it a combination of both?
No tap-in fee. It's just literally the contribution to get the main, right, the lateral from the main to the curb line with a clean out.
And then the homeowner or the business would be responsible for the lateral from the house.
A local plumber would be running the piping from the lateral to the house.
Okay. And you're saying that the contribution would be 10 to 15,000.
Not for that. That's based on the size of the connection.
Yeah, no, the 10 to 15,000 would be to actually bring the sewer down the street.
Yeah. So the example that was put forth by Bernie at American's a relevant example. If you had 10 customers in an area, let's say they're on septic and they wanted to get on public sewer, and there was a contribution that the company could make mathematically. In their example was $150,000. We're somewhere between 100 and 150.
Why would there be a range between?
It's based on the rates, right? I mean, we have different rates than they do, so it's based on the revenue. So when I look at it exclusively for just Lower Makefield, it's approaching around $12,000, so it's right in that range. But I have higher rate zones in my tariff, and depending on where we extend that to, you have to do a different it's based on the revenue and the rates that you charge the particular area. So based on the rate zone.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments?
I'm sure you guys, well, I actually don't know that you heard it, but perhaps you heard earlier a resident call in to ask a question about a unique situation we have in our township, which is that people who have sprinkler systems or pool may have a second meter, which allows them not to be charged for water that would not be going into the sewer system. Does that make sense? Have I explained it well enough so that you could answer, are you able to abide by that agreement going forward?
Yes, the answer is it is unusual, but it's not unheard of. We have seen it elsewhere. We have accommodated in certain communities where they've requested that be done. In other communities, it has not been a major point and was treated as such. So it's a mixed bag, and we're happy to talk about that with the team and address it accordingly.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? With that, we'll open it up to public comment. Monica, is there anybody on the queue?
Yes, we're bringing in Robert. Robert is in.
Go ahead, Robert. You're mute. Unmute yourself and go ahead and make your comment.
Robert Abrams, 652 Teach Drive. The DPI on both my computer here and on my 65-inch TV is horrible for what Aqua put up there as far as your slides. I would like those posted on in fact, both presentations, the slides for both presentations put up on the district website so that we can read them. That'd be the first thing. I think it's a responsibility. The idea of an 89% increase after 2 or 3 years, you're joking, right? I mean, we got you. We just had the township manager raise the prices here 70%. You want another 90 on top of the 70 in 3 years, right? Or 30% a year? I mean, somebody needs to get a pencil sharpener over there. I believe it's the board. It's up to the board to do their due diligence at this point. And again, let's go back to my first comment. We were promised to the nines that this situation would be analyzed by the township and the Board of Supervisors. So far, the residents of this township have got nothing but the bum's rush to push this thing through. Everything that was up there from Aqua tonight with the increases and everything else needs to be analyzed dollar for dollar and backed into the purchase price and match that up against what it would cost us and what type of increases we would need to do and how much would it cost us. Does PFM supposed to be doing this? I'm trying to figure out what they're getting paid for. Okay, but there has to be some kind of analysis to prove to the residents here that you are acting in our best financial interest. Because the numbers that both of these companies put up on the board, and let's be honest, they are both for-profit companies, and their first responsibility is to their shareholders. It's not to the residents of Lower Makefield. What I'd also like from Aqua is both companies actually, is a complete list of acquisitions that they've done for 10 years, not the cherry-picked ones that we're supposed to call that Aqua gave us. And that way, a person like me can go call a township manager or go find somebody that knows somebody, a resident, because I sat at a dinner one night before COVID and that with two people from Warminster that were up in arms about their rates, about their increases, and about their sale. And this is exactly what the residents here, it's coming. I mean, all you're doing is putting a Band-Aid on a broken artery because it's going to blow right through that Band-Aid in 2 years. Now, nobody is doing any analysis here. Nobody is giving any numbers or information to the residents here. There is no public meeting to go over these numbers and to see what's in the best interest of the people that are paying the bill. Mr. Ferguson is not paying the bill. He doesn't live here. Now, this is ridiculous. This needs to be put on hold until this board and the township manager and his staff can put real numbers together over a 10, 15, 20-year period of what it's going to cost this township. Because once the sewer system is gone, it's gone. And if you can't do it, then bring the management company in here temporarily, whether it's 5, 10, or 20 years, until you can figure out what is in the best interest. Now, this bum's rush thing that Mr. Weiss seems to want to run up the rear ends of the taxpayers is getting, and Mr. Truelove, you're in this too, is getting real old because nobody's willing to explain it and nobody's willing to raise their hand and say, I have absolutely no interest. I'm sure Mr. Lewis might. That I have no direct or indirect interest in the sale of this sewer system.
Mr. Abrams, I'll answer that right now. I have no direct or indirect interest. You always like to seem to make these ad hominem attacks, so I'm going to respond. I have no
okay, fine. Okay, you're on record.
Then let me respond.
You're on record. That's what I want. I want you on record. I want you on record.
Mr. Abrams, please.
Let me respond.
Go ahead.
Yeah, well, then please let me talk. Because you lob these accusations against people as if they're assaulted with truth. And then you expect us to answer a negative. I will tell you that I have no direct or indirect interest in any of the entities who have submitted, neither myself or my family. In fact, I will tell you that if the sewer authority is sold, the sewer system is sold, my firm will actually lose money because we won't be doing some of the work that we have been doing for the township for the last several years on behalf of the authority, whether it's sewer liens, contracts, any of that kind of work. So not only do I not have an interest, it's very likely that my firm's revenue will decrease, not by a huge amount, but not an insubstantial amount. So when you keep lobbying these accusations and you want us to answer these things, in my professional reputation, I feel like I have to defend myself against these accusations. Guess what? Your accusations have no basis in fact. You might want to find the facts before you make the accusations.
What a perfect answer. Thank you very much. And Mr. Granular has recused himself for the simple fact that he might have a conflict of interest. That's wonderful. I don't even have to ask him. Now, just as you stepped up here and answered what I asked for as a resident and a taxpayer, I want everyone else to do. I commend you that you were that forward and that you're willing to put yourself on record and say that you have no direct or indirect interest whether the sale goes through or not.
I will also tell you that none of these individuals that I'm aware of has those types of conflicts or potential otherwise. Mr. Grenier was stepped up several weeks ago and informed me of his potential conflict, and we worked through that. I have no doubt every member of this board will do the same thing if they had that kind of situation.
Perfect. Now have the other three of them step up. Mr. Lewis is ready. Looks like he's ready.
I'm gonna answer that too because it's been stated several times. I have no vested interest in anything as far as any company purchasing this. I have no aspirations to be hired by any company that's picked, any company that bids. It violates the credential that I have as a township manager, and I'm one of 3 in Bucks County and 30 in Pennsylvania, to pursue anything for personal interests. And that would, if I would do such a thing, I would be removed as a credential manager of the CMA. So I have no interest other than the financial well-being of the town.
Okay, so all we got left here is the chair and the 2 puppy dogs that follow him.
And Mr. Abrams, you're kind of crossing the line. We will answer your question, but do you have anything for Aqua at this time?
No, I would like them to submit something on a website that the people can read. And getting back to what Mr. Ferguson just said, then it's your responsibility to the taxpayers here and liability to thoroughly analyze what they presented here and then present that to the taxpayers to prove to us that you are acting in our best interest and not the cheap or easy way out.
That has been done. That has been done.
No, it hasn't. Not based on this information.
Mr. Abrams, thank you. Okay. Any other public comment, Monica?
One moment. Okay, Larry is coming in.
Hey, Larry, give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Larry Borda, 508 Heritage Oak Drive. Okay, so I want to officially advise I have no intent on running for supervisor because I don't think I have the bladder to accommodate the job. So appreciate the effort you all put into this. I'm a little confused as to why the bid from Bucks County is not being considered in any fashion. Is the township concerned that they're somehow committed to either accepting or not accepting just the 2 bids that quote unquote qualify?
Let me just give me a minute. That's a valid question, and I'm happy to discuss that, but not at this point. This is just about the presentation with Aqua. So if you don't mind, we'll handle that question after this presentation is over.
That's fine. They invited me in, so I assume.
You can either stay on the line and hold, or we'll get you back. We'll get you back.
Yep, I'll stay. Yep.
Okay, great. Monica, is there any other comments as far as the Aqua presentation?
Hold on one second.
We're just confirming that it's on this topic.
Okay. And you can put Larry on hold.
We did.
Good.
Do we have any?
Is there any other public comments or questions for Aqua?
No, we don't. Thank you.
Okay. In that case, gentlemen, thank you for your presentation.
Fred,
Thank you very much.
I actually think we might have someone.
Oh, hold on. Go ahead.
Oh, it's not for Aqua. I apologize.
No problem. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so
just in terms of next steps, is the appropriate thing, Mr. Chulov, to make a motion, or is it appropriate is the motion necessary to start discussion? How does that move forward?
we still have PFM to give.
PFM has their summary and review.
Sales,
and then it would be appropriate to move to the motion portion at that point.
So during PFM, any remaining questions that any supervisor has, and then public comment?
I would think that would be appropriate because it's hopefully, if there's any information which is not understood or needs to be clarified more or whatever, then that would be the appropriate time to do it, seems to me, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we'll have PFM do our summary and review of recent sales and any further analysis that's needed and questions, comments with PFM.
Okay, well, sounds good. Well, I will be very brief. Kurt, if you're able to pull that up, or whoever is controlling the presentations. So again, just real quickly, Kurt, if you don't mind going to the next page, please. So a lot of this you have seen before, but just for the public, again, for those that may not have seen from some of the prior presentations. So just first wanted to thank the entire team that's been working on this transaction for well over a year, including the township administration, much of Kurt's staff, township solicitor David Trulove and his partners over there have done a tremendous amount of work. The authority engineer, Tom Wyatt, and his colleague Nicole at Obermeyer, and the rest of the PFM team. So again, a lot of work has been put into this here over the past, for us, about 18 months or so. So I did want to thank everyone and acknowledge everyone for all their time. And of course, for the board as well, for all the various meetings and the discussions that have taken place here over that time as well. Next slide, Kurt. So as far as the highlights, and again, we've seen this before, but this were just some of the milestones, major milestones over the past year, starting on the left-hand side back last July when we were authorized to proceed with phase 2 and phase 3 of the process. We then shortly thereafter released the RFQ, received the RFQ, and then in late August pre-qualified those 4 different bidding teams that we had discussed. We had a couple days of management meetings held at the township, along with some tours where we had a lot of the township team involved, and the various bidding teams brought in quite a few of their folks as well to either be part of the management meeting in the office there, and also many brought extras to go on a tour of the pump stations and to, again, just take a tour of the township. So it was time well spent during that time period in August with those management meetings. After that, a lot of work was done by the legal team in drafting the asset purchase agreement. There was also a lot of time vetting the concession lease documents as well, and the concept and the major terms. Finally, then right after Christmas and early January is when the RFIB, the request for indicative bids for the sale, and the request for indicative terms for the concession were released. We received those responses back in late February, and then ultimately May 5th is when we released the RFB, and the 29th is when we received those responses. And since then, obviously, we've had more meetings, more due diligence, and more analysis of the bids to get us to this point in time. So again, I wanted to thank everyone. You know, I did look at kind of some of my piles of paper. A lot are still quarantined back in my office, but I'm looking at, you know, close to 12 different presentations that we've made or been part of here over the past year or so with the board. So again, I wanted to thank everyone for their time and their patience going through this process. Kurt, next slide, please. So this is a chart that was part of our public presentation on June 17th as well. But, you know, obviously we heard from the folks from American, and we heard from the folks at Aqua with their purchase price. So the top part of this graph just shows what their various purchase prices were. And again, American bid on both, as we heard from Bernie Gandusky. They bid on the 2-year rate freeze as well as the no rate freeze, and Aqua had bid on the no rate freeze for those respective amounts. What we find one of the more important, or maybe the most important metrics looking at when doing a sewer exploration is to compare not only the purchase price and the rates of the various teams participating in the bidding, but just as importantly, and maybe more importantly, is comparing then the rates under one of those new ownership structures versus if the township kept the system. And again, this has been presented a month or two ago as well, so the numbers have not changed, but this gives you a general idea where on the bottom portion of this, the two different blue lines were the proposals from Pennsylvania American, and the yellow line was from Aqua, and the green line are the rates projected under Lower Makefield continued ownership. And so I think, again, this is one of the more important pieces of information to focus on. And I know we've heard some comments this evening about what does that look like. And so again, here we went out 10 years to give the board and to give the public a general idea of how things look under the various ownership structures. Next slide, please. So just wrapping up, you know, kind of at a very high level, you know, over the past year, Township conducted a very thorough bidding process. You know, really looked at a lot of different things, and we talked about this earlier in the evening with the concession lease, with the sales, with regulated companies, with the municipal authority. So a whole host of very wide spectrum, which we were glad to see. We got very well qualified entities that ultimately submitted responses to the RFB, but to acknowledge all their time and commitment as well. You know, those teams had invested a lot of time, a lot of resources, and a lot of capital throughout this process as well, attending various meetings, marking out documents, responding to various documents, RFIBs and RFITs and RFBs and RFQs. So we wanted to thank everybody, you know, all the teams involved. And, you know, again, I think it's a credit to the township and its system to have a good group of interested parties in this potential transaction. The purchase prices that we just went over on the prior page, I think kind of highlighted the accomplishment that I think we set out to achieve the goal of the township, to look at getting a competitive purchase price, and then also just as important, combining that with reasonable rates for the future. And I think the goal has been accomplished. You know, when we look at other transactions, every situation is very different. And again, I would put the most stock in how the rates look under the new ownership to whether or not, you know, whether the township keeps a system that we showed on the prior page. That's typically what we do in all the different transactions to give the ratepayers and citizens a chance to see the illustration of what it looks like under both ownerships. But, you know, I know the question was asked about other comparable deals. And, you know, again, there's a lot of apples and oranges, a lot of comparisons that are being made that should not be made. It's not a one size fits all, but the two that I put on this page were two, number one, that have been recently closed, one for Cheltenham Township closed in December of 2019, and for East Norton Township that closed earlier this summer. Both of those transactions were collection system only, very similar to what we're dealing with at Lower Makefield. Both had substantial capital required in the future, whether it's for the own collection system or potentially for the treatment plant that this system contributes to. And again, not perfect scenarios at all or perfect comparisons, but this gives you a general idea where those other two townships were bidding to the highest purchase price, period. And you see where their price per customer came out. Cheltenham was just a little under 5,000. East Norton was a little under 4,300. Lower Makefield, depending on who you ultimately go with, if you decide, somewhere around $4,500 to $4,800 price per customer. And again, this was not bidding necessarily to the highest price. This was the best overall package. So with those, what I feel are relevant examples, again, I think and I feel very strongly that the proposals that were received were very indicative of the current marketplace. We've heard from the other two teams, Aqua and American. Questions were asked to them about comparables. And so again, I think what the township set out in the beginning of this process, those goals were accomplished. So that's all for that presentation.
Thanks, Scott.
Chair, can I ask some questions?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so on Wednesday, August 7th, 2019, that's a little over a year ago, I wrote an email to Kurt, my fellow board members, and I said, as part of our strategic review of our wastewater collection system, doing research into the issue and like the following data and analysis. So a listing of each municipality in Pennsylvania that sold their wastewater collection or processing system for 2009. For each complete sale, I was looking for the municipality, the purchaser, the price and terms, and the number of customers and EDUs. And really what I was looking for was more than 2 data points to assess the rates or the price that we got here. I asked for that last year. At first, the township manager wasn't too excited about it, but then on August 7th, you said that you're going to be able to provide a fair amount of data or info for A to G, but to be honest, some of it's difficult to find. And for what we do find, it'll be not 100% inclusive. All right. The last time you came before the board, I believe I asked if I was going to get answers to the question. And you're giving me 2 data points to compare. And pardon me, and by the way, for the lawyers, get tuned up now to apologize on my behalf for asking questions. I asked those questions a year ago. Why am I not allowed to get good answers to those? Why can I only get 2 data points? I know Supervisor Blundy thought last month I didn't deserve an answer to those questions, but they're extraordinarily relevant because they lead to the question as to whether we're making the best decision possible in the public interest for Lower Makefield Township.
John, as a point of order,
sure.
At the very start of tonight's discussion, I asked you to try hard at the start of this discussion tonight to not try to categorize what people have said, to not try to use the we. Perhaps I'm wrong. Every time you make a lawyer joke that I think you're talking about me, perhaps I'm wrong to take it that way. But if you could just ask your questions without trying to ignite attitudes or use language that is nothing short of incendiary, that would be wonderful. I would really appreciate it.
But my incendiary concerns here, I apologize, but last meeting I asked if I could.
I do not agree with the way you repeatedly categorize what I said to you last time. I do not. And I wish you would just get onto your point and stop trying to put words in my mouth.
I asked questions and I was told I wasn't allowed to get the answers. And that's what you said. So
apparently you cannot keep to that commitment. So thank you.
All right. So why is it I had to wait a year to get reasonable data here? That's a fair question. I don't think my question's unreasonable. Honestly, is it an unreasonable question? Scott, come on.
A lot of the information is not easy to find. Yes, I mean, we worked on a lot of the transactions.
Yeah.
But we also heard this evening again, and I mentioned it before, as far as number one, we have said that we felt that, meaning PFM, that the terms that came in, the purchase price that came in, are very reasonable based on other comparable data. Whether it's for a collection system only, which is what we're talking about for Lower Makefield, the $5,000 to $4,500 or $4,000 to $6,000 price per customer is right in line. When there's a treatment plant involved, you're going to see it more. You're going to see it maybe $6,000 to $8,000 on average when there's a treatment plant. That's not relevant for this transaction. There's a lot of capital needs. There's a lot of capital assumptions that go into this price per customer. There's a lot of rate issues that go into this. There's also a lot of timing issues. Pre-Act 12, post-Act 12. We heard from Mr. Luca from Aqua about sort of how things have evolved throughout this process, the short time in Act 12, how prices have come down. So it really is a lot of apples and oranges. There's not a lot of true comparables. And that's why historically and traditionally with our clients, we focus on the rates and looking forward with selling a system and what it looks like under the new ownership versus keeping. And we've done that.
You gave me 2 data points, right? And there's no historical understanding around this. And you're asking the supervisors to make a $50+ million decision. And I'm sorry if I'm asking too many difficult questions, but these are fair questions to ask when we're talking about the sums of money we're talking about here. So the difference we're talking about, if you considered, and by the way, just as a heads up, I'm not allowed to call it the resolution provided by Bucks County Water and Sewer, that EDU price is $47.42, right? So it's higher than Aqua and lower than Pennsylvania American. But the question is the overall value, right? And I guess the issue here is I can't in good conscience say that we have a truly good valuation for the asset. And there's a lot of questions. There are things that were done in the bidding process that would inflate the value and things that would deflate the value. I can't sort out that, and I don't have enough analysis to do that. So if you're sensing my frustration, it's because I would have loved to have been proven wrong or at least to be mollified in some way, and the data is not here to deliver that for me. So in absence of that, I'm like, I don't know what the answer is here. Well, who's the better bidder?
I guess I'm not understanding. So we did our limited scope valuation. These bids that came in were higher than that. And at the end of the day, the bids that came in is truly what the fair market value is of the system. So it was greater than the limited scope valuation that we did about a year ago. And getting the bids in is sort of the true example of the valuation. That's what someone is willing to pay for the system.
Well, somebody's willing to pay a lot more, but their bid's not active or valid. So that's where I'm having a hard trouble here. That's roughly $15 million, right? In terms of difference between that bid and the bids that we're looking at. And I'm not sure which bid is supposedly the highest bid. Is it Pennsylvania American Water's bid or is it Aqua's bid?
Because, if I could just jump in here for just a second.
Sure.
The expression of interest by Bucks, as intriguing as it was, so one of the problems with it in terms of its sufficiency was that it said it would offer proceed. What was the phrase?
Contingent on
be prepared to offer, and then there was also a financing condition that was not did not conform to the APA. That was part of their prior submission. So while the raw numbers you talk about may be accurate, some of the other factors could or could not possibly diminish that value. I don't know, but one of the problems with that is, besides the timing, is that there were some open questions with that with those factors as well. So I just want to make sure that that's part of the evaluation.
And Solicitor Truelove, I think as much as I've tried to assess this honestly and openly, I've asked questions to get comparables, and quite frankly, 2 comparable data points is insufficient for me to make an analysis or an assessment on the largest transaction in the township's history. I find it troubling. And I'm not even sure which of the two bids that were provided tonight is considered the better bid, because the original resolution was pre-written for Aqua, right? So I don't know how that occurred, where the decision is, and tonight I'm still not sure which of the two bids is better.
Well, we had quite a few discussions here over the past several months, presentations, whether public meetings or executive sessions. We clearly know what the bid prices were. American was 56.1 million and Aqua was 53 million. We then spent time with the board in various meetings, going through various presentations, kind of considering the qualitative and quantitative aspects of both bids. Both are very good companies. You heard from both of them. Both have great reputations, do great work, very well respected in this industry. Again, both very good firms. Both participate in a lot of transactions. Some they win by a competitive process. Some are negotiated. It's not a one size fits all. It's up to the board to decide which one that, if they want to proceed, if the board wants to proceed, which one when you look at the overall total package, including purchase price, including indicative rates. Remembering they're indicative, they're not guaranteed, they're indicative. And you heard both companies again this evening stress that, and I've stressed that many times over the past several months. You heard a lot of other good things this evening with customer service and other aspects of their firms. We heard it through the management meetings last year and through subsequent follow-up. So there's a lot of qualitative and quantitative aspects to these bids. So, I mean, that is up to the board which one. If you do want to proceed with a sale, they are both very good firms, both very well respected.
So Scott, so which one is the better bid?
We do not, PFM does not make recommendations for this. We supply the information, which we have over the months, and it's up to the board. They are, like I said, they are both good offers. If you want to go down the road of selling, again, it comes down to all the different factors that you've heard over the months and you heard again this evening as a refresher.
Okay, and hopefully this probably doesn't affect you, but Solicitor Truelove, why was the original resolution written for Aqua, and who decided that?
That I don't recall. I will tell you that the resolution tonight, the draft resolution is blank. So what will be before the board, if indeed it proceeds in that direction, leaves it blank, leaves entirely up to them. There's no name and there's no number inserted in the resolution tonight.
So can I ask a point of order? And Chairman Weiss says, I try to be as respectful as possible. Is now an acceptable time where I could relay what the sewer subcommittee's recommendation was when they met?
Not until we make a motion.
Okay, but at that time, you'd be comfortable if I did it then?
Of course.
Okay.
So Scott, your presentation is complete. Is there any further comment? Mr. Grenier, Mr. Truelove, is it okay for Mr. Grenier to comment?
Well, I mean, this is a close question now, whether it's advocating.
No, not at all. It's not at all about the individuals. It's actually, I just want a clarification, Mr. Chair. I won't call you Scott. I'll be more professional.
You can call me Scott. That's perfect.
And you can call me Dan. I don't mind.
At 11 o'clock at night, I'm perfectly fine with whatever.
Just for clarification, there was some question. I thought there was a little confusion way back, and this is going back some time, on just our contract with PFM in terms of, there was some question about a 0.4 versus a 0.8 at some time. And I don't know, whatever happens, but your number, it sounded like it was an up to 0.8 at one point, then there was a point. I'm not sure where we landed. Can you explain your understanding of that so the board knows?
I can look, but I do remember when we kind of, I'll say, renegotiated our contract at the public meeting on July 3rd, we made some changes publicly, and I think we did add the phrase up to whatever that basis point was. And I honestly, I have it here somewhere on my desk. I can look whether it's 80 basis points or 70 or 85
basis points.
I'm sorry?
0.85%.
0.85. So it's up to 0.85.
Okay. So how do we, you have your mat, you have your ceiling. What's the algorithm for figuring out where you fall at or below that ceiling?
Yeah, so a lot of it goes into, so the way the contract is written is phase 2 hours. That basically goes through the acceptance of a bid. So that's basically what we're contemplating
right
now. So we've been on an hourly schedule up until now. And then phase 3, which is the percentage or the basis point fee, goes basically, I'll say from signing of a resolution to the closing. And honestly, Dan, I mean, this is what I've done for all my clients on these transactions. A lot of it really depends on what transpires between, say, now and the closing of the transaction. If we end up, if things go perfectly smooth and there's less work put in, I honor my clients, whether it's a handshake or verbal or in the contract, that we will, give breaks on our fees, reduce our fees to below the cap. If it turns out to be a very lengthy, very exhausting process, it's going to be probably closer to the cap. So it really just depends on how things fare it out. But I will say on a bunch of the transactions, whether it's the Limerick, the Cheltenham, the East Nordens, we have discounted our fees accordingly, and I'm happy to do that.
I appreciate, and that's all I'm trying to figure. So on the high end, on a $56 million, let's say, because that's two of the three, right? That's you, and that's, I think that's just based off the 85 basis points. And if I hit the wrong number on the calculator, please tell me. That's 476,000. So that's your ceiling in total, or that's your ceiling as part of the overall? I just want to know how much.
Well, I think again, I don't have the contract in front of me, but I think the phase 2 hours were, I think they might have been capped at 60,000 or so.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, we blew through that a long time ago. I mean, absolutely blew through that. So we're probably already maybe 40,000, 50,000 at a minimum over that. But of course, we're going to honor the 60,000. That's what's in the contract. So it would be that plus the basis point fee.
I appreciate it. And Mr. Wyatt, you're hourly, correct?
That's correct. I bill monthly based upon hours worked.
Okay. And do you bill through Mr. Shearer, through PFM, or do you bill directly to the township?
No, I want to be absolutely clear. My client is Lower Makefield. I bill Lower Makefield.
Okay. Kurt, how much are we? What are we into Mr. Wyatt or Obermeyer, I should say, since it's technically your firm, to date? And do we have an anticipated total going? Obviously, we have a long process. Excuse me. If one of these goes through the PUC process, I'm just curious what we're budgeting for that.
I'll have to look at the number. I don't have that in front of me. That was outlined when we first did it. If you're asking me what we're in now, I'm going to say it's probably to the tune of 70 or so. The proceeding on Wednesday that we had involving 4 attorneys, staff, that proceeding on Wednesday probably cost us about $40,000 for the injunction. That changes the numbers a bit compared to what the original budget would have been. But I think in the end, we had assumed that this whole process, because as you know, we broke out those numbers as best we could during the RFP process when we hired Mr. Wyatt. I'd have to look what those final numbers were, but I think all along we assumed that the full transaction cost would be somewhere around 750,000 or so, as I believed what we figured the full all-in number would be. But I'd have,
and that Kurt, that may have been on a lower purchase price too. And so typically what
that's true. That's true, because we were talking of something originally like a 35 or so, but I can get that number. I don't think that there's not anything that would be out of order from what we had originally presented, other than the
higher purchase
that we have spent, not just a higher purchase price, but we have spent
additional legal fees,
our time with the injunction and the meetings that I think we had originally anticipated.
Right. What we typically like to do.
And
I'm sorry,
you're right. Mr. Grenier, there's been some bumps in the road, like every transaction, but the budget that I think I submitted to the board was in the range of 175,000. Now there's been some things that took a little more time. For instance, the concession. There's been some things that were unexpected but necessary, such as the Hall Gale situation. But at the moment, I think what Mr. What the manager said is accurate. And we keep an eye on it every month. I'm held accountable to what we're up to, and he reviews and scrutinizes my bills, and we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Typically, what we do for our clients is as Kurt had mentioned earlier on, maybe a year ago, we had given an estimate of total fees. Financial advisor, special counsel, we might have had local counsel in there, engineering, so on and so forth. And that was just an estimate a year ago. And as Tom said, you hit bumps along the way and things change. But typically, if there's a resolution approved, then we'll update that again very shortly based on the new purchase price and based on sort of what's occurred to date and looking ahead. So that's typically what we do, is give a couple estimates throughout the process so that there's no surprises when you get to the end of the process.
Yeah. So do we, Kurt, the way this might be for you, Kurt, I know historically, well, I think before any of us were around here, there were issues with change orders getting approved without board consent, let's say, or board vote. Had nothing to do with this board, nothing to do with you, but just, what we hear. So what is our process for, let's say Mr. Wyatt has, I'm not picking on you, it's just yours is more straightforward because it's.
Look, I report to you, so I want you to understand.
You're basically time and materials. So we have an estimate for Mr. Wyatt. There stuff happens, there's scope creep. That's a popular term in my world. How do we address, scope creep? I don't know if that would change order type approaches for that. For either, I think Scott, yours might be more straightforward because you have a very different. Your contract's a different type. But how do we address that for folks like Mr. Wyatt?
Well, Tom and I speak regularly about where we are. He provides updates. I mean, in the end, we have bills. Those bills get submitted and sent to the board for approval once a month or whenever they come in. As some of the stuff has, everything we had, and Tom was clear on that during the RFP process, was our best guesstimate on a typical transaction, which he had outlined. But I think he was clear, even in the interview process, that things could change that, either that it's less time or more time. So in the end, I mean, there's not a change order process, so when the proceeding came up for Wednesday, there was no question we had to send everybody in for that. It didn't go to the board to approve defending ourselves. So, I mean, I track those numbers as we go. I have not sat and said, this is where we are, this is where we expected to be, because much just like PFM did, even though you're right, it's more straightforward, were all estimates. So, and in the end, PFM's costs, just so it's clear that they've talked about, other than the 60,000, are capped at 60,000, that if there's not a sale, those other costs don't come in. Tom Wyatt's costs, he outlined what they would be pre-sale. And frankly, I think Tom's engaged much more comprehensively, if there is a sale, to get to the point to close, where there would be bigger dollar amounts that would essentially come out of proceeds and not directly out of township coffers per se. So, I can't say there's a change order process. Tom communicates with me where we are and what he thinks those things will cost as part of the process goes. I don't know if that answers your question or not.
Yeah, it does. I'm just, you said what I was thinking, that Tom, again, Mr. Wyatt's costs will likely go up, assuming a sale, as you go through the PUC process. So it's, I just like to benchmark that and track it. That's all.
That's good. That's appropriate. And for the Board of Supervisors' knowledge, as Kurt summarized, we talk regularly, and he's on top of what I'm up to, and is paying attention to what I'm up to.
No, and I appreciate that. And then a couple more questions, almost hypothetical, I think, but and I won't hold you to this, but two questions. If you were hindsight 2020,
can we get back to evaluating right? I understand you have questions
No,
about.
I would like to. I've been
actually, guys. I'm going to. It's an interesting conversation. However, it is really not germane to PFM's analysis, nor is Mr.
Okay.
Wyatt's bill, and how he's getting. I mean, we have a contract with Mr. Wyatt. The more time it takes to close the deal, the more he's going to get paid. I think
Right.
the
So
board understands that.
My follow-up questions were related to their analysis.
I understand that, but the analysis of what's best deal, I think PFM has made an analysis. Mr. Wyatt has chimed in on the legalities, as with with our solicitor.
So Fred, are you telling me that I cannot ask my questions? I just want to be very clear.
I just want to make sure that what questions you're asking are germane to the topic at hand. So if your questions are about how much money we're spending, I appreciate that ask, but that's something that would be after a motion is made and passed or fails. You can ask that question. I think.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, isn't it?
No, actually, Mr. Lewis, I've given you more than enough time to speak. It's my turn now to speak. And because of the late hour, I just want to keep things on track. So I haven't stopped you from asking questions. Mr. Grenier, I am not stopping you from asking questions. What I am doing is moving things along. The agenda has had an Aqua make a presentation. Pennsylvania American made a presentation. Mr. Shearer has made basically a redirect and has given us some more information based upon an overall analysis of where we are over a year of discussion and analysis. And I'm a bit at an impasse on what you're actually trying to do. If you're trying to figure out if we should go forward on a possible sale, then stick to that comment, stick to that line of thought. I don't want to go into a tangent. So, Mr. Grenier, if you're going to discuss further process, keep it to the process, not to go so far in the weeds, it makes no sense. So go ahead.
Sure, you probably could have answered my question in that time. So,
maybe not, because you're.
Thank you, Mr. Shearer. So one of the major issues I've had over time with the process, well, there were two. The first one was, and Mr. McCartney and I talked about this a bunch. Never really been comfortable with setting a base price of $35 million, and the reason for that is, to me, that signals a distressed asset, right? When you set a base price saying you're going for that, to me it just says we need to get out of this, and I think it sets an artificially low price. And I've been through that before in my own world. I personally would have preferred to not set a base price and just focus on rate stabilization and getting the best overall deal, ignoring a base price. And I think at one point you said that was a unique approach to what you've done. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's kind of what I remember.
All right, Mr. Grenier, I got you. I got where you're going. This is a process that began in 2019. We specifically stated a base price of $35 million. Mr. Shearer gave us an actual evaluation range. And Scott, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Did the evaluation range, whether we set a 35 million? No, I'm going to take it from you. I remember when you were the chair, you interrupted me many times when I was talking. So please, thanks. But I'm the chair now. Maybe next year you can be the chair. So Scott, as far as the evaluation of this, and I don't want you to go through any proprietary information, but when we set this price last year of the base of $35 million, and you gave us an evaluation of the system, was $35 million low, medium, high? Do you remember that?
No, I think our limited scope valuation, which looked at both the income approach, the cost approach, and the market approach, came in right around $35 million.
Okay, so Mr. Grenier is uncomfortable with that $35 million. I just want to make sure that base price that we talked about, because of rates and because of debt that we had in the township, is that a number that was too low?
Don't misconstrue base price.
I'm asking
valuation. You've already cut me off. I'm asking the same question.
Yeah,
You've been doing this all year. You're disrespectful, sir.
Before we get into tomorrow, I want to ask these questions. You guys made lots of questions. So Ms. Scott, I'm just asking you a question. We gave you a number of $35 million. Is that number out of reality? Is that
no?
Okay.
No.
So I'm just because from what I'm hearing from Mr. Grenier, that he's uncomfortable with the fact that we gave you that $35 million amount. So I'm confused. So was that something that was that a number that skewed the valuation for PFM?
No. I think that number did not. Well, it couldn't skew the valuation. I mean, we didn't even take that into consideration when we did our own valuation. That was completely separate and apart. But that's also why we did this as kind of a kind of a parallel track bidding process, right? Where whether it was through the RFIB or through the RFB, let's see what things look like at $35 million, and let's see what things look at kind of the best offer that's out there. So we went down those dual tracks.
So the free market system, the $55 million, $53, $56 million, those are numbers that's market based. That is a number that the bidders came up with that basically was a fair market value of the system according to the bidders.
That's correct.
Right? Okay. That's correct. So that $35 million number, whether it was artificial or really when we got the bids, had nothing to do with did we get the best bang for the buck as far as the bidders are concerned.
I would say that $35 million had no negative impact at all on the final bid results.
Okay.
Fred, can I weigh in for a second here as well?
Sure.
We started this process. I had said this before I could be specific when we went out there. The idea, if we were going to evaluate the sale of a system, that there had to be certain benchmarks that would need to be met. And one of those issues was what price of the system would help achieve those goals. And one of the discussions was $35 million. And at the time, one of the discussions was that you had PUC regulated companies who tend to bid higher than a municipal authority. And if we ran this on a track with the municipal authority that would say that, for example, they won't overpay for a system, they price things differently, that if we ran this on a dual track where we basically said to an authority, and it would be the PUC companies as well, but this is the amount of the sale that we would have to have for those companies like that would overbid. And just to remind, the active bids we have for Bucks County Water and Sewer, they did bid on the $35 million flat rate, and their at-large bid was $1, was that would allow us to account for rates. One of the discussions early on with these authorities in the meetings before was, well, our rates would be far less because we won't overpay. And it was a means by which to run two tracks to compare a base level amount that we would need to satisfy debt, boost our fund balance, all the things that we've talked about this whole time, and to be able to account for rates. And that in the end, if we had someone that bid an amount just like we're talking about now, even though they're PUC companies, that had a lower dollar rate, that it would not just be on a flat who bid the highest amount of money. That in the end, if we were factoring someone that bid $35 million, let's say that was an authority, and their rates were substantially less, that would be something that the board could factor, since one of the stated goals all along was rate control, understanding that we've had these big increases to satisfy all of the sewer-related expenses that we've talked about.
Mr. Chair, two quick points. One, you can't ignore a point of order, what you did previously. And as it relates to this particular topic, I think it's important for people to realize from an analysis perspective that some things that this process has done has artificially suppressed the price, and some things have artificially inflated the price. So I think what's important here is, and I don't want to get into the finer points of auction theory.
Mr. Lewis, I understand, and I'm sorry I have to interrupt you again. But Mr. Shearer is our professional in analysis. I understand your objections to the process at this point. Mr. Grenier, I understand your objections. I don't think the board has any doubt from this point on your feelings on the process. That said, because of the time, I'm going to open any to public comment. Ms. Brody?
I wanted to make, I've been waiting to ask a question.
Sure, I'm sorry.
So you want to finish your?
No,
okay. Whoever has a presentation, can you put it back up for a second? And can you go to the slide? I don't know what it's called. I think it's the summary of the bid prices. It's got the blue rectangles on top and then the graph lines below. It's similar to
the second to last. I think it's the second to last page, maybe.
Monica, can you?
It's similar to the graph, if not exactly the same, that's been up on the township website since the June presentation. Yeah, thank you. That was it.
Yep, page 4. Yep, page 4.
Yeah.
That's it.
So I just want to summarize this in my words, and Scott, if I'm summarizing it incorrectly, please let me know. So the top section of this slide shows the comparative value of the bids from American compared to the Aqua bid. The two Americans being the difference between one with a rate freeze, one without a rate freeze. And then the bottom half is trending those rate analysis that you guys did in more detailed slides that are on the township website. But the green would be if we continue to operate this sewer system, the dark blue, the 56 no rate freeze, the light blue, the 56 rate freeze, and the yellow Aqua. And then my analysis is that when you look at that, even though Aqua is 3 million or so less than the American, over time, it represents what we expect to be lower rates.
Yes, and just one caveat to that. I think I totally agree with everything. But the note up at the top of that page, I just want to point everyone's attention to that again, is that, and the board has never decided what you may or may not do with the proceeds, but if there's some amount of money set aside in this, we'll call it a customer benefit fund to subsidize rates, that is not reflected in those line charts at all.
Correct. Yes. And these are our best projections based on past experience as to how rates are go, some based on what's in the bids, some based on what we know about how rates get adjusted. But that is essentially what that slide is trying to show.
That's correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Scott, can I ask one question while that's up?
Sure.
So the only other thing, this is, and we've talked about this. So if you look at the proposals, it looks like Aqua, the way that they put indicative rates in, has a rate freeze that is longer even than we had asked for in the proposal, where Pennsylvania American was consistent. It was still longer. Why would there have been a rate freeze, I think, for Aqua for essentially, I think, 4 years, and American was 3 years? Is it the timing, the piece?
Yeah, it's correct. Yeah, yep, it's exactly, that's where you were going. It's the timing of when they expect to go back to the PUC to request a rate increase. So, yeah, not in total specificity, but Aqua will more than likely be going in to the PUC, say the spring of 2021, and we heard that process takes 6 to 9 months or so. So they would expect the rates to become effective January, say, of 2022. give or take a little bit. It's all, again, ultimately up to the PUC and what Aqua wants to do in this particular example. So if you decide you want to move forward, say with the Aqua proposal, we will not be closed on this transaction. This transaction will not close prior to Aqua submitting all their paperwork to the PUC for that next rate filing. So in their example, they're probably, best estimates, best guesses as of now, according to we heard that from Mr. Packer from Aqua, that probably every couple of years, maybe every 3 years. So you're going to miss their rate filing or the rate increase request to be effective 2022. So you would not be involved in their next rate filing until 2026 to be effective 27. So it's all about timing of when they're going in for rate increases. And American, I think we heard from those folks that they have their paperwork into the PUC now for potentially their new rates to be effective January of 21. So there's about a year difference between the two companies and their rate filing expectations.
God, is it safe to say that if American's deal was $3 million less, that their line would look a little bit similar to what the Aqua line looks like on this graph? Or I know that there's points there where you have rate increases at 2025 and 2027. It looks like.
Yeah, I would say it would be. I would say it would be less. Ultimately, I feel most comfortable if they would answer that. But I'm just trying to find something real quick, just to let's see if I can put my hands on it here real quick. I was just trying to go back to one of my prior presentations that laid out the various rates, indicative rates that they had submitted. Let's see, I found something. Let's see if it's no, it's not on that one. Let's see this one here. I just wanted to kind of take a quick ballpark. Again, this is not exact science, and ultimately, the folks from American can send something in if it's grossly off. But I'm just sort of looking at their indicative rates between their $56.1 million bid versus their $35 million bid, if you will, or confirmation. And their rates, again, these are indicative rates, so I don't want to put words in their mouth, but just based on what we received from them, in the last 5 years, say 2026 through 2030, they were pretty similar between the $56.1 million bid and the $35 million bid. So, I would still say that if they bid it a little bit lower, the rates may be a little bit lower, but just as an example, when we looked at their indicative rates, again, knowing they're indicative, not guaranteed, there was not much difference between the $35 million bid and the $56 million. And they may have other reasons. And like Mark Lucas said from Aqua, there's a lot of secret sauce in there that no one's really privy to, and that's perfectly fine. You're not, that's their own company's formula. So that just kind of gives you some reference points.
All right, thanks.
Yep.
Scott, if I could ask a question, is that okay, Mr. Chairman? Thank you. Scott, essentially after 2025.
Mr. Lewis, right? Mr. Lewis, I'm sorry. Mr. McCartney, you didn't have a chance to discuss anything other than that one question. Do you have any other questions?
No, that was the only question I had. I mean, besides and I understand that the difference in, subsidizing any additional sewers to, additional users is based on the amount of ratepayers that each one of the two programs have. Is that right, Scott?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, please.
So basically the amount of money that either Pennsylvania or Aqua would be able to offer to somebody who wants to tie into the system is it's based on them as individual companies. It's not a flat rate that's the same between the two of them. So one seems to be about 15,000, one seems to be about 10 to 12,000.
Yeah, I would, again, this gets a little bit outside my bailiwick, but I would say they're both pretty comparable. Yeah, they may not be identical like you had acknowledged, but I think they're both like in a similar ballpark. Yes.
Okay. And then as far as from having, the advantage of having it all at one shop, whether it be with Pennsylvania, obviously they do the water now. Is there any advantages to that?
Well, I think there are some advantages. I mean, we heard that again from them this evening. We've heard it in some other instances. So it's definitely something to be taken into account. I think Bernie had kind of classified that as some of the qualitative aspects, whether it's one bill, combine both water and sewer, maybe some other synergies with some work. So yeah, I'd say there's some pros, but then, I think we also heard from the Aqua folks as well, that when there's two different providers, one for water, one for wastewater, those companies work together, still synergies. Now there's not one bill that customers get. Obviously there's going to be one from Aqua, one from PA American, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely points to consider about that.
Does that add any value to the one offer over the other, in your opinion?
Well, maybe I'll sort of throw it back on you. You as a ratepayer, do you see value in getting one bill versus two bills? I mean, there's something, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned about that now.
Yeah, I mean, there's some kind of value, but again, I'll sort of toss it back to you as a ratepayer in Lower Makefield. Do you personally see that as an advantage? Some do, some don't. I like to leave that up to the individuals.
James, the only other thing I would point out that both companies would provide, one of the concerns even before you came in, particularly as these rate increases came in, was a quarterly bill, and that's harder sometimes for people to absorb a $210 bill versus a $70 monthly bill. So both of them would be monthly bills, which has been sort of an ongoing comment of the township's ability to move to a monthly bill, which would be much harder for us to do. But both of them still would be monthly bills.
Right.
So Pennsylvania would do a monthly on the sewer and then a quarterly on the water?
No, I believe the water bill is monthly.
Monthly now.
Yeah, I would assume it's monthly now. Yeah.
So it would be all one bill monthly then. Okay.
Or it would be two bills, but they each would be monthly if you did the.
Anything else, James? Mr. Varney?
That's it. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, go ahead.
Okay. Based on what you've discussed previously, it seems like the analysis between 2026 and 2030 is useless, in that we have no idea what the PUC will approve for either of the private companies in terms of what their rates would be. Is that your assessment? Meaning those numbers are not reliable.
Well, I wouldn't say they're useless. I mean, it's a projection. It's a 10-year forecast, and it is just that. It's a forecast. It's not a guarantee. Whether we heard it this evening or whether I heard it from other presentations from both companies, the indicative rates that they put in there were what I'll call their cost of service for the Lower Makefield system, and then they both put in some sort of subsidization factor, based on some water subsidization. So no, I wouldn't say they're useless. I mean, projections are just that. I think it's something to gauge, but there's no guarantee. I mean, there's no guarantee for the 3-year rate either.
Right. But if I'm looking at this and I were to balance this and analyze this, because that's kind of what I'm thinking about here, which is I would have to start to really seriously devalue those and not rely on those as much, and look at the between now and 2025 and put some emphasis on that. But again, I don't want to get in trouble here for asking these questions, but it seems to me that those out years, those are hard to estimate, right? And we don't know where they would be.
They're hard to estimate, but yeah, again, the models are the models. I mean, from a business standpoint, I would assume they have models that go out quite a bit longer. We do as well. Some folks use 5 years, some use 10, some use 15. It just depends. But I again wouldn't say they're useless. Because we also got to factor in that the MMA project probably, if it happens in some form, probably won't happen until kind of after that 5-year time horizon anyway. And so you kind of need to sort of factor that in to the equation.
Yeah.
If you're talking about factoring in equations, I think when you look at the economy of scale of selling versus keeping, 11,800 customers versus 200, 300, 400,000 customers kind of dilutes that that number, I would think.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely the advantage of going with one of those two companies. They have obviously a much larger rate base than within the boundaries of Lower Makefield.
I mean, considering in the last 3 years, our rates have gone up 75%. If we have a freeze for the next 3 years and not have to worry about DEP changing our 537 plan, Morrisville's $50 million. There are emergencies that we can't afford right now. When you look at the holistic value of selling versus not selling, it kind of makes things a little clear for me, especially what has been brought forth over the last 16 months. Is there any other discussion on Shera's presentation, PFM's presentation? Any public comment, Monica, as far as the PFM presentation?
Yes, I'm going to patch Robert in.
Go ahead, Robert.
Robert Abrams, 652 Teach Drive, Yardley. I'm looking at the same chart that Mr. Lewis was looking at there, and well, you can't get it online. I guess you guys, got the website, but
it's actually online.
It's all
since the middle of June. That chart.
Yeah, no, I'll go back to it. It's just that I guess all you guys are accessing it, so it's a little jammed up right now. But anyway, the point is going out 25 to 30. I don't see a lot of value in that either. But what I do see a lot of value in is between now and 2025 is the numbers, first of all, are going to wind up in the same place at some point, intersect at some point in time anyway, which is 2030. But it gives a whole lot of credence to Mr. LaChance's first comment about management, because what you're doing at this point is taking the taxpayers' money, which is the same money in the first 5 years that's on the chart for everybody else, and investing it in the infrastructure of the system. The system at the end of the 5-year period is now worth more in the event you can't handle it, but the fact is you just improved the system for the next 35 years. Now, if you want to extrapolate that out for another 5 years, out to 2030, you've invested back into the system again, which will probably double its value 10 years from now. But the fact of the matter is the taxpayers are going to pay for it one way or the other. The question is, do you want to pay for it and not own it and be at the mercy of these two public companies, or do you want to pay for it, own it, and control your own destiny? That's the question. Because right now, if I would have taken the $750,000, or pretty close to the end, it's going to be over $1 million that you're paying all these experts, I could have done a whole hell of a lot of improvements to that system and make it very workable.
Okay.
And for that, I don't have 3 people on that board that stood up and said that they're not directly or indirectly have an interest, and I want that answer publicly. Thank you, and have a good night.
Well, this is a good time to answer that question. I know that I don't have any indirect or direct relationship with any of the parties, and other than having lower rates, if we do sell, or worrying about our tax situation if we don't sell, I have no further interest. And if any of our other supervisors wish to comment, this would be a perfect time to do so.
Yeah, I'll make it public. I have no direct or indirect interest in either of the companies that are bidding on the sewer system.
Well, you said
thought
all
these-
three, so
oh.
I don't know, John, do you want to go or should I? Who gets to be the third? Go ahead.
Go. I don't want to interrupt.
I think I can speak for the entire board that
Well-
no one has direct or indirect.
Right.
Well,
Unless you wanted to say different, Tom?
yeah, no, I would. Well, when you ask questions like that, direct or indirect, right? I don't have any direct ownership of any of the entities that have been discussed today. I do not own any individual stocks as a person. I do have index funds that may or may not invest in Pennsylvania American Water and or any subsidiaries, and they may also own part of Essential Utilities or whatever Aqua is renaming itself. I don't know what percentage of my portfolio that index fund owns or anything like that, but no, I have no personal stake in any of those entities, and I would hope that those who've listened to me over the past time that I've taken this clinically and in my analysis, even if you don't agree with it.
Okay. Well, is there any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, Jeff is on the line.
Okay. Go ahead, Jeff. Do your full name, address, and make your comment.
Jeff Skinner, 853 Weber Drive. I was going to almost say good morning, but it's still good evening. Just let you know, I'm a civil engineer and surveyor, works for a company, a consulting company that deals with utilities, water and sewer systems. I have done work for both PA American and Aqua, as well as numerous municipal authorities in the area. And just kind of a broad overview of looking at the question of whether to sell the system or not. I believe as a township taxpayer that it is in the best interest to sell the system. It's something that we really don't have control over. You look at the cost of this, maintaining the system down the road, and what we can foreseeably see as the costs. Much of that goes to the sewer plant, which certainly we are not fully in control of. And let's face it, the regulations that DEP has created are continuing to increase, which will just increase the cost of maintaining and improving the system. People have made statements that the system will double in value in X amount of years, but that I can't guarantee. But what I can guarantee is that you'll keep putting more and more money into the system, and to determine that you're going to actually catch up to this and gain more money by continuing to hold on to that, I don't see that as a realistic possibility. So it's just my understanding of how I've dealt with systems over the years, and I foresee that this is something that we should divest in and essentially get the money that we can out of it now. Obviously, the higher bid, I believe, would probably be the best choice, because the rate structures 5-10 years down the road, as you've stated, certainly no guarantee there, and it's questionable. And obviously, if the new company has to put more money into the system to meet PA/DEP regulations, they're going to be going to the PUC for more money as well. So there's just a lot of wild cards in there that we're trying to tie down now that I don't think you can. So I think you ought to just take a look at the offers that are on the table right now and make a determination based on that. So that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Skinner. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other public comment, Monica?
No further public comment on this.
Okay, so no further comment on the PFM summary and review. At this point, we can go to item D, agenda item 6, which would be to consider a resolution to sell.
Oh, there might be one more. We just got a call.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. Scott would like to talk.
Scott Phelps. Scott, you're muted.
Not on my end.
Okay, you're good. Go ahead. Give your full name, address, and make your comment, Scott.
Yep, Scott Phillips. I'm a resident of Lower Makefield. And I just have a question for PFM regarding the capital cost estimates that the bidders included in their indicative bids. I think it was PA American that included $14.2 million in its presentation tonight. I don't recall if Aqua provided an estimate, but I'm just wondering whether they included that number in their bids and how it compares to the capital costs that are included in the township's rates.
Yeah, I think they're all pretty comparable. In the RFIB, we had made some assumptions for the bidders to consider, and that was the cost of the MMA project, as well as some near-term cost of rehabbing the collection system itself. So yeah, I would say they're all pretty similar in nature with their capital needs.
Okay, so American was 14.2 because they mentioned that tonight. I don't know if it was for 1 year or I assume it was a 10-year projection period. That probably covers.
Yeah, let me just triple check.
I believe that's 7, Scott. So if I could just weigh in.
Yeah, it is 7. Yeah, so they're both, I think, 7 million, which is what we had stipulated.
7 years.
Yes. Yeah.
7 years and 14 million, which is the current 7-year capital plan that the township is on. So we had conveyed over to all of the bidders that 7-year plan where they could evaluate it, look at the system themselves, and use a number that we gave them, that what we were going to be anticipating based upon our 537 plan that was approved by DEP as the level of investment that we have outlined, and actually in this last year's budget, with this year being the first year of that.
Okay, and of course that excludes the payment to MMA that the township would have to make.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. Any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, Joe is on the line.
Okay. Hey, Joe, you're mute. When you unmute yourself and give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Sure, Fred. Sure. Joe Lingle, 1201 Waterwheel Drive in Yardley. I know it's late, so I'll keep my comments hopefully short questions. First one being a question related to the graph that Ms. Blundy had pulled up and you had discussed. No need to pull it up, but I understand that, if the rate increases don't take hold until after the PUC agreements on at least the Aqua piece, I think you mentioned either, Scott, 2025, 2026. In that time period, there's obviously going to be growth in the proceeds of anything that's not allocated to pay down debt, recognizing this is more than just a sewer decision, it's a broader township decision. Is there any indication of how much potential growth there might be in that residual money if it were earmarked into a CBF of sorts?
Well, I guess I can start out, and then Kurt or anybody else can weigh in. But to date, we've only kind of at a high level discussed the use of proceeds. Obviously, there are definitely some plans to pay off some debt, have to pay off the sewer related debt, but there might be some other debt reduction plans as well. We have run some preliminary models so far where, again, nothing's been pinned down, but we've assumed various interest rates in that what we call a customer benefit fund. How long will it last at 1%, at 2%? So the models are there. We just haven't really pinned it down yet. Until we get a better handle on, we pretty much have a year to focus on that. If you would decide to move forward this evening, if the board would decide to move forward tonight with one of the firms, it'll be about a year process through the PUC. So that will be the topic of, I think, a lot more board meetings between now and then.
Gotcha. Thank you. I know you can't, identify it directly. Just as a follow-on to that, maybe more broadly for the Board of Supervisors, is there a commitment? I know that, there's a lot of concern across the township that if we do get proceeds in a significant lump sum, that it will be, consumed in other ways as it has been in the past. So is there a desire to ring fence that money specifically for subsidizing and paying down future increases for the sewer?
Yes, on behalf of myself, yes.
Thanks, Ms. Blundy. Okay, and just one quick comment on the Bucks County Sewer statement of interest today. Like a prior caller, have an engineering background, professional engineering certification, et cetera. Done a lot of capital work, and from my experience, I'm surprised that bid was even opened. If it was received or non-bid, if it was received after the rules of engagement. In my experience, that would have been sent back to the submitter without consideration. And just as a general comment, as a resident, and following this over the past several years, I'd just like to say that I have a different view on the process that's been followed. There's been an inordinate amount of information that's been out there through Board of Supervisor meetings, through township meeting minutes, through presentations from PFM, from the township manager, from Yardley Council minutes, et cetera. There's been this subcommittee that was carved out by Mr. Grenier and Mr. Lewis that's longer than 2 years at this point. So when I hear things like this is being pushed through, rushed through, information is not available, it's a little bit disappointing to me because me as a resident, I've spent hours and hours and hours making sure I'm informed about this information because the information is there. So I guess the ad hominem attacks is not something I appreciate in this type of public dialogue. And really just to build on Mr. Abrams' comments several times throughout the night, I guess I would look at it in a different direction. His comments were pointed towards supervisors. Do they have an interest or direct or indirect in the sale of this? I frankly would be interested more if there's an interest in the opposite of that, in a creation of a joint Bucks County Sewer Authority. Would anybody on this Board of Supervisors have a vested interest in taking a position, a significantly paid position on some type of option like that? So I think that type of potential conflict needs to be considered both ways for anyone who's making a potential decision on behalf of the township. And with that, I will end my comments. Thank you.
Joe, before you leave, you're on the sewer committee, the sewer authority?
I have been for the past 6 months, yes.
Okay. Since the injunction was lifted, did anybody on the authority ask for a meeting to make a recommendation on the final on the potential sale or no sale of the pipes, the system?
As far as I'm aware, the meetings that I've attended and been asked to attend as a sewer authority member have not related to the sale. They've related to capital improvements and other maintenance items related to the system. There was an ad hoc subcommittee meeting, of which I'm not a part of, that took place earlier this evening that I did listen in on that.
All right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, would it be appropriate to read the recommendation from the sewer?
Well, before we get into that, we still have public comment.
Can I just make one clarification?
Sure, Scott.
It was one of the questions from a few questions ago about the capital. I did get a clarifying note from PA American that they were assuming $14 million for 5 years. So I just wanted to set the record straight for their capital assumptions.
Monica, is there any other public comment?
No further public comment at this time.
Okay, no further public comment?
I'd like to make a motion. Is it appropriate at this point?
Sure.
Then I'd like to make a motion to consider approving the sale of the sanitary sewer system to Aqua Pennsylvania Wastewater Incorporated.
And that would be per the terms of their bid that was submitted, I believe, May 29th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes. Do you need me to actually say, because there are two bids, so I'm specifically referring to the $53 million
That's fine.
proposal. Not that eloquent, but I am tired.
There's a motion on the table. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second from Mr. McCartney. Board discussion? I'll start with Ms. Bundy.
Yeah, you know, I really don't want to be the person who points and counterpoints every thing that's been said. You know, we can agree or disagree, and we should try to do it in a respectful fashion. I would remember that the question that was put to me by the supervisors who interviewed me when I applied for the open position was most pointedly on the sewers. And at that time I said, I really didn't know enough to comment on what I thought the path forward was. And since that time in 2018, have I learned about the sewers, more about the sewers than one would ever have hoped. As a candidate last year, when I had the pleasure of meeting so many voters, the two things they wanted to talk about were the sewers and warehouses. And so I think I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of different people who are residents of the township about the sewers. And when I think about it, it's not just a question about owning sewers or not owning sewers, or the economy of scales, or what does next year look like. I'll try to look at it from so many different angles. The starting point for me is the condition of the sewers, right? For years, we've had really good sewer rates, but the truth behind that is we've had really good sewer rates because we hadn't been maintaining them. And so since I've been on the board, we have had to raise rates, and we've had to raise them to start doing the maintenance, construction, repair that we hadn't been doing, to bring ourselves in line with ever-growing state and federal regulations on sewer treatment. And that issue, meaning our pipes, as I like to call them, the stuff that we own, that's going to continue into the future. Sometimes when talking about sewer, we conflate the issue of the treatment plant, because that's out there too. So we have the issue of the state of our pipes and how are we going to get them up to code and how are we going to manage them going forward. And certainly residents have been upset about their rate increases, and we haven't even begun to deal with, you know, whatever the treatment plant solution looks like. By all accounts, it's not going to be inexpensive. And then without taking up too much time, the third piece of this for me has to be the overall position of the township debt, because we are not in a good position. And that too was startling to me. You know, I thought I was a very aware resident, certainly since I've moved here in 1995. I think I'm the longest sitting resident of Lower Makefield on the board. I thought I had been following issues and understood things about our bond debt ratio and the implications of how the golf course was purchased and what that did to not only our economic position, but what our options are with it. And the bottom line is my vote to consider to move to sell the sewers is not just based on the poor maintenance of the pipes or the impending processing fees that are going to be coming our way in excess of $40 million. But also a big part of that is the overall structure of our current debt. And I would like to let everyone know that it is my intent and my commitment tonight that after we pay down the sewer debt, which is part of what we would have to do if we move forward with the sale, that we continue to reduce our township debt, that we secure a large portion of the sale so that we can help stabilize rates in the creation of a customer benefit fund, and that at the end of this all, our township is in a much better fiscal position going forward.
Mr. Lewis?
Well, first, I need to mention that the sewer subcommittee met today at 5 o'clock. They met for an hour. All members were in attendance, and they made the following resolution. One, the Board of Supervisors should reject all bids. The board should complete discussions with state and federal officials regarding strategies to finance sewer conveyance improvements and treatment facilities, as was unanimously approved in a resolution on June 10th, 2020. The board should complete discussions with neighboring municipalities and service authorities to discuss options for regional authorities that could serve Lower Makefield residents for the next 30 years, or any other viable options such as becoming a retail customer or redirecting flows. Number 4, if the results of the discussions with federal, state, and neighboring municipalities are unsuccessful or do yield a result not favorable to the township, the board should consider rebidding the conveyance system at a later date. What board members were saying in there was a couple things. One, they were disappointed that we didn't do the steps that they had hoped that we would do. There was not a decision that there should never be a sale. One board member thinks that the ultimate solution is a sale, but they did believe that the bids that were received were not in the long run best interest of the township. That was their interpretation of it. Dan was also there. I want to make sure that I represented fairly what was said during the meeting. Do you think that that's a fair assessment?
I think the summary that you put out there is a fair assessment of the collective of the sewer subcommittee. I think there are, like any.
I can jump in, Mr. Granny. I'm afraid I don't want to cross the line here where we're starting to advocate, and I think that's where the concern is.
No. All I was going to add there was that there are. I think what was put forward by Mr. Lewis was the middle ground. I think folks have varying opinions on varying aspects of that. That's all I was going to say.
Okay.
So I don't know if this is for Dan or John, but I know the sewer subcommittee, which is not the sewer authority committee, but the sewer subcommittee, which has existed for about 2 years. I've never been able to find minutes or any who sits on that.
So
about 2 members. Who are those members?
Sure. So I can give you a very, very, very quick history.
Members. Let's do it easily.
So in 2018, the 2 members were.
No. John.
No, I'm answering the question. Please do not cut me off. Okay.
You can't answer the question if you don't know what it is. John just said 2 members of the sewer subcommittee. Who are those members? Please identify them by name.
The current members of the sewer subcommittee are Scott Ferrante of the Sewer Authority, Phil Tyler of the Sewer Authority, John
and when
Lewis.
did they last meet?
Excuse me. I could finish the answer if you'd like.
No, I asked the 2 people who were present. So you gave me 2.
There were 4 people present. There are 4 members of the sewer subcommittee. I'm trying to give you all the members. I don't know why you're.
Oh, you mean you and John?
Yes.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. I knew that. My apologies.
Yeah. Last year it was Fred as the.
You guys met?
When was the last time we met? Well, we weren't. So the last time we met, getting back to your minutes question, Fred Ebert is the one that prepares all the presentations for the sewer subcommittee. So the presentation that he gave on July 1st was a collection of the presentations that he had provided to the sewer subcommittee over the course of about a year, maybe a year and a half. I believe the last meeting was mid-2019. I don't have the exact date in front of me. So the report that he gave was the collection of minutes effectively from those meetings with a couple page memo on top of it that was not reviewed or any input from the sewer subcommittee as part of that report, and most of that information was a year or more out of date. So that is because we hadn't been able to meet. It's interesting that Scott Phillips and Joe Lingle both were our two last callers. Both are members of the Sewer Authority, different entity. When we attempted to, and I know you know Mr. Phillips, Ms. Blundy, when we attempted to appoint Mr. Phillips, the email I got was, "We will have an executive summary analysis shortly, and I'm very comfortable with moving forward as a board without further authority input." That was March of this year. That was from Chairman Weiss. So the Sewer Authority was never allowed to review any of these items. The Sewer Subcommittee, I'm not finished. The Sewer Subcommittee only reviewed the items after they were made public.
The question, you don't get just to go back and forth about Sewer Committee, Sewer Subcommittee, Sewer Authority.
Are you interrogating me now? Am I on the witness stand, or am I allowed to speak? Because I've been cut off multiple times by you and Dr. Weiss. So
if I'm asking you questions about the Sewer Subcommittee, which is something I've never, I knew it existed, but I've never been able to find minutes. If I'm asking you questions about that, I think it's disingenuous for you to commingle in there Sewer Authority facts and then talk about something with Fred not appointing somebody to the Sewer Authority is what you're implying. I just wanted to talk about the Sewer Subcommittee because it's.
Well, I want to talk about all of it, since you said earlier that I provided a very thoughtful process earlier, right? And you paid me a compliment about process. Now, what's occurred this year has diverged so far from the process that I was so thoughtful about last year that it is no longer that process. The Sewer Subcommittee was cut out of that process.
So, but last year, when you were in charge of the process and you were on the Sewer Subcommittee, the last time you met was in mid of 19, when you were running the process and when you were.
So I will respond. So that process, because the Sewer Subcommittee was originally set up to review treatment options. That process was stopped about this time last year because we entered into the agreements with PFM to evaluate the sewer sale of the conveyance system. That information was supposed to be finalized by November, December of last year. Then we were supposed to evaluate everything holistically, evaluate the option of potentially developing a new authority, which may or may not have been successful, and then moving on. Unfortunately, where we are now is where we were supposed to be in December of last year, and that I was no longer in charge of the process then, and I would argue that I was mostly cut out of the process at that point. So the process that I so thoughtfully set up was not followed to the T. It was actually circumvented, and we did not, all those items that the Sewer Subcommittee wanted to see, it has been part of the goal all along. And however, we were never able to do that. Now, I don't think anyone would argue that a sale is not, at least at the very minimum, very intriguing, and at best a great idea, right? Once all of the analyses are done, and that's as far as I'll go on that, Mr. Trulev, because I know you're listening to that. Now, at the same time, Mr. Lingle asked the question. I'll answer that question. I have nada interest in joining any authorities. The only person I know of on this board who has ever asked to be part of an authority is the Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority, when Dr. Weiss had asked about potential inclusion on one of those authorities in the past, which is perfectly fine. I've never asked for that, and I never want that. So at the same time, I've also found that this whole process has brought out some very bad things in people. I'm very disappointed. And Dr. Weiss, I must defend you, actually, because what you had to go through earlier this year, that stupid residency thing, whoever did that was a complete moron. You and I don't see eye to eye on many things this year. On certain things this year. We may come to the same conclusions, but what they did to you was uncalled for, and it was actually really stupid. it took about, once they posted those documents to Facebook, it took about 5 minutes to go to the Hillsborough County Appraiser's office and see that you don't have a homestead and you are a legitimate Pennsylvania resident. I actually called Chief and Mr. Chulev and said, look at this website, he'll be clear, get it done. We couldn't say anything in public, but that genuinely upset me that they put you through that. That being said, I've also been attacked behind the scenes. I won't name names, but there's someone who's a vendor for this township that has sent me some very threatening and harassing text messages in the past. Spouses of people on this screen have sent me threatening Facebook messages in the past. I've had calls from reporters saying that certain supervisors had made salacious claims about me on the record, including that I was having an affair with a man. Okay? This stuff is ridiculous, and it's not funny, Ms. Blundy.
I can't believe that, Dan.
It is ridiculous.
It's absolutely ridiculous. What we have all had to endure for the price of wanting to help our neighbors. I had not heard that, Dan. I'm shocked. I am hurt for you. I'm startled. I apologize for my reaction. It's just so vile.
It's ridiculous.
It is. It's absolutely.
I'm sleeping here, isolating on my couch, my home office with pneumonia, possibly COVID, and I'm answering phone calls from a freaking reporter asking me, this supervisor said this on the record to me. Is it true? Are you friends with benefits with a local council person? And guess what? In 2 minutes, I get to say happy anniversary to my wife. And that's the shit that I've been, pardon my language, that I've had to put up with for the last couple of months because of this crap. It's absolutely ridiculous. Okay? I get a ton of text messages like John does for stuff, and they get subpoenaed. I am not averse to this township. I love this township. It's absolutely ridiculous. I am so disheartened by this process and how people have come out and attacked everyone. Absolutely everyone. It's disgusting. Now, there's a lot more information and other issues that have come up around this that we may have to have executive sessions to discuss certain folks coming up. I won't say it tonight because it's 11:59. But this is very, very serious allegations were put out there that this board has to deal with. And that's all I'll say right now, but I am so disappointed in this process. And I think certain people should start apologizing because I'm not going to stay quiet anymore.
I'm not going to apologize for the subpoenas because I asked for those subpoenas because of text messages that were displayed on a public, on this screen at a public meeting, which including the petitioner and the affiant. I have an obligation to the township to do what I have to do in those situations. That's
Mr. Trulev, you sent me an email at 1:02 in the morning related to that.
I appreciate.
Well, that's because I was sitting here at my desk because I couldn't sleep because how disturbed.
I think we'll have to discuss that in executive session.
Excuse me. I appreciate the sentiments, but it's not germane to the motion on the table, and we can deal with all that stuff in due time. Is there any comment on further? I mean, John, you made your comment. James, you made your comment.
No, actually, I didn't, but that's okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, James, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no. So I just want to kind of reiterate, a lot of what Suzanne was saying. That this decision and this process, and being new guy to the board, you guys put a lot of work into this in the last 2 years. So coming in January and getting all this data thrown at you, and all the different angles, and the financial state of the township, obviously is something that I take very personally. So a decision like this isn't a lighthearted decision. It's a very serious decision. I've relied a lot on the professionals in the township, feedback from Kurt and information that he's given me as far as, what the financial picture of the township is. So the decision was based on that, and it's not an easy one. So I don't want anybody to think that it's, you can just step right into this and make an easy decision. I think that it's in the best interest of the township, short term and long term. If we can guarantee certain things for, even 10 or 15 years. I think those are things that we have to move towards. Nobody can guarantee, after that. And I don't even know if we can guarantee 2021. I think 2020 has taught us that there's no guarantees. So, but, as tough as a decision it is, I stand behind, the motion and I wish the other supervisors, well, I guess John specifically and Dan recusing himself, I guess he wouldn't be able to make a vote on it anyway. But, it'd be nice to have a conformity on the vote, but I understand that everybody has their own opinion.
Yeah, at this point, I'd like to offer my opinion. I'm profoundly disturbed by this motion, and I'll be upfront with you. I believe that this is singularly going to be the worst public policy decision the Board of Supervisors has made in the last 30 years. The last decision this bad was the decision to use eminent domain to acquire the Makefield Highlands Golf Course. And so much of what people have been expressing their concern about is, oh my gosh, we have this problem with the debt. And to be honest with you, I sent you the debt schedule, James. Our debt service declines over time. Yes, golf becomes a larger portion of it, but it's not out of whack with where we're at. In fact, the auditor said that last year when he was asked directly. So is the case for selling the sewer system because we want to pay off the golf course quickly, or we're concerned about that? That's not a good case for me to say, hey, you've got to sell the sewer system, because once it's gone, it's gone. And if you sell it to a private entity, right? If you sell this to a private entity, you're in a situation where that private entity has basically the only check on them is the PUC. And I would say for many of my fellow supervisors, when the power goes out or when Comcast wipes out their sprinkler system, I get those calls, right? I quite frankly don't want to deal with another PUC regulated entity where we have no power and no future, a chance to steer things. Those who are concerned about MMA and the treatment plant, essentially what you're doing is you're advocating your role and saying, oh, Aqua, Pennsylvania American Water, you now are in control of that relationship with MMA. So if they want to pass on whatever rate hikes, you get to, again, do you mark it up? No, but you do pass it through. Their incentive isn't going to be there to be tough in terms of figuring out a strategy to lower our total cost of treatment. 65 to 70% of your bill is the actual treatment. 35 to 40% is the conveyance. So we're talking about selling just the pipes that move the water to MMA. And I understand the frustration that people have in that we can't control MMA's rates. For 20 years, they were significantly less than Bucks County Water and Sewer. And now some of the bills have come home in terms of upgrading their plant. I visited the plant. Interestingly, Mr. Ebert's analysis indicates that the best option is actually for MMA to build a new plant and for us to be a part of it. So I guess I have a hard time with people mixing issues together. And I get a sense of frustration about that because this is a public asset. If we sell it, we will never, ever get it back. Never get it back. And I can only say this for folks. I don't want to be 10 years from now, people coming and telling me, I can't believe you sold that. We're getting gouged with sewer rates, crushed with sewer rates. That's not a position I want to be in, right? I'm more comfortable telling people exactly what things cost and raising taxes accordingly. I've done that in the past. I want to be honest with people about how things are paid for. You have a choice in this, and essentially what you're doing is you're advocating that choice, and you're saying, hey, I'd like to take a large bunch of money and make everybody happy and say, I'm not raising taxes. But really what's happening is ratepayers are going to get crushed. And that's the frustrating part. And typically companies like Pennsylvania American Water and Aqua prey on working class and lower income communities. And I mentioned a number of them, although Limerick's an affluent or middle class community. Those are distressed communities. Lower Makefield is not a distressed community. There is no case for selling our system to a private entity. Can you make the case that selling to Bucks County Water and Sewer is a good decision? I think you can. I'm not excited by it, but you can make that case because you have more checks and balances. Ratepayers will pay less. and I know I'm not allowed to say this, so wind up the revised offer that's not technically a bid that came across that we should have thrown away and never answered. Well, that's $15 million better than what we're getting from Aqua or Pennsylvania American Water. And what's frustrating to me is I got 2 data points to compare these 2 bids, 2 data points. And I get where people say, you know, John, you're tenacious, you ask too many questions, you push the edge, you want too much detail. But I asked a year ago for comparative stuff. And the fact that I was stiff-armed for a year, if you'd say, hey, I can't get you all this, but here's 6 or 7, here's 10, right? That's part of the analysis. As a supervisor, I'm 1 of 5. I get to ask those questions. I get to get good analysis. I cannot make a decision. I have a fiduciary and moral responsibility to the community. I cannot make a decision to incinerate $15 million, incinerate, and base it on 2 data points. It's extraordinarily frustrating. I'm sorry if that analysis on a $50 million deal is too intense for some folks, but it's a one-time shot. And when it's gone, we're going to be screwed. And the problem with that is people aren't going to know that now. They're going to know that 5 or 10 years from now. Odds are many of us won't be on this board, right? But I can tell you, because I've spent a lot of time with older supervisors, many of them, because I've learned a lot from them over the years. The regret that folks that voted for eminent domain on Makefield Highlands is palpable. It's something that they know was wrong. They know they made a bad decision. And they mask it and frustrated. Some of them will say, yeah, I know, but they feel guilty about it. And I don't want you, my fellow supervisors, I know some of you are not big fans of me, but some of you are okay with me, who knows, but I don't want you to bear that burden of a bad decision that you carry with you for many, many years. And whatever the new social media thing is, the WhatsApp, Insta, Twitter, TikTok, right? People are going to realize what exactly happened here tonight, and they will go bonkers. It may take 10 years from now. They may not remember, and they might not recognize, but you will know you made a decision that you're going to be frustrated with for a very long time. I can't express how passionate I feel about this, because once you sell a public asset like this, you never get it back. And I get the sense that people are saying, oh, this is tough. I got to learn about sewers. I got to invest every year. I got to track projects. We got to hire a person. You have options that don't involve selling to a private entity. You have options. And there's nothing forcing any of you to vote yes tonight on this. Nothing. You can reject all the bids. And by the way, I would argue that reduces your litigation risk. If you reject all the bids now, you have the least litigation risk of all the options. But I'm not a lawyer. I know we have many of them online. And I think they might argue that you could get away with the selection of one of the 2 that you've suggested tonight without litigation risk. I don't know to quantify that, but I will also tell you that let's assume we picked the company that no one wants to talk about. I can't believe that there'd be a $15 million verdict against the township, but I'm not a lawyer. I don't want to presume any of that. But it's extraordinarily frustrating to think that you're actually going to incinerate that large sum of ratepayer and taxpayer money. It is beyond the pale, and I'm sorry that I'm passionate about it, but it makes such a difference in people's lives. I can only tell you that I take the calls from the people whose water gets turned off and they need help with Pennsylvania American Water. I take the calls from people Comcast rips their sprinkler system up. I take the calls when people's can't get power because Pico's inept. That's my job, right? I'm honored to serve, but I don't want to take another utility on. I don't want to have to fight with the PUC to get reasonable fixes for our community. And again, that's selfish. I know I should just take the beatings, but here's a choice where I can say, no, I don't want to do that. I want to have full control about where we go forward as a community. So I try to be relatively restrained this evening, but you can sense that I have significant passion over this issue. And because I think it's public policy malpractice, I know we have a lot of lawyers in the room and they have rules about how lawyers work. But in public policy school, they have certain things, right? There's a policy analysis process, right? And then there's an objective analysis of the facts and who wins and who loses, right? And in this case, the ratepayers are going to get crushed. They will get crushed. It may not be 5 years from now, but it will be 10 years from now. It will be. And I can only tell you, if you looked at the analysis and were willing to dig in further and push and run the numbers, you would see things differently. I know tonight I'm not going to persuade you. I know tonight I'm going to lose the vote. So I'm sorry, James. Love you to death, but there is no way ever would I vote to sell the sewer system to a private entity. I will not do that. So if you're asking for uniformity, oh, it's okay to get along. No. And I'm not ready to make nice. After the abuse I've taken, which quite frankly isn't as bad as Dan has received by any stretch, and I can't talk to that because there's more. The abuse I've taken doesn't matter, but I can tell you I'm not ready to make nice. This is a horrible decision, a wretched decision, and I'm profoundly disappointed that the township would make this decision. And it tells you all you need to know is they wouldn't give me answers to rudimentary questions. 2 data points to analyze bids that we received. I asked for a year. A year. That's not unreasonable. And I have the right to be disappointed in both the township manager, PFM, and the process. And by the way, sorry, the PFM Yelp review is not going to be positive. It's extraordinarily frustrating. Listen, you can tell I have a defined opinion about this, a passion, if you will. And I may be wrong in your eyes, and that's 100% fine. But if you're not willing to engage on objective reality and facts and dig through and run a process, that's only going to make me more angry. I would have loved to have been proven wrong. I would have loved to have had a richer debate about the valuations here. But I will tell you, based on my back of the envelope number, the company you picked is probably not the best choice in the near term. But I can't say that, right? Because I can't tell you what I think the valuation should be. You won't believe it from me. But your own advisor flip-flopped a little bit with you and said, well, yeah, I like Aqua. They wrote the thing for Aqua before the July 1st meeting, so you know that was who that was recommended. And yet when it came time to deliver an analysis, he was like, well, that's up to you. So if you pick one of the two, you didn't pick the one that the PFM thinks the best is, because they didn't tell you who that is. So you're trusting the professionals, but which decision makes that trust? Because I don't see it. If they had come in and said, company A is significantly better, and this is the amount we think that that's the case, then you could say, I hang my hat on their analysis. They didn't do that, right? They said these bids are substantially similar, one's slightly better. And the concept of a customer benefit fund is beyond the pale. So you take $50 million in or $55 million in, and then you give it back to the company that paid it to you in terms of buying down rates. It's preposterous. Now, I don't want to get into the details of whether this was properly analyzed. I've already said over and over again, there are elements that tell us we don't have the correct price here. Some inflate and some deflate that price. I can't parse out that, but I know we don't have a valid price here. And I would also say to people, if you, James, you're a real estate appraiser, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I buy a house, right? I get an appraisal. I get 3 comps, right? 3 comps.
Mine have 6, but okay.
Huh?
I usually provide 6 comps. I'm very thorough.
I got 2 comps tonight. 2 comps, right? If you submit an appraisal with 2 comps, would the bank say, ooh, I'm in on that loan? No, right? You have a process where you're regulated and there are rules about the analysis of the valuation, right, as an appraiser. Here we don't have any of those rules, so we don't know. We got 2 comps. 2 comps.
Well, and to go on that point, yes, you're right. Usually the opinion of the appraiser is based on market data. At the end of the day, the market dictates what the valuation is. So it's
Right.
not specifically, I'm trying to interpret what the market's going to say.
Right.
At the end of the day, if two bidders and the two bidders are at X, the valuation's X, right?
Yeah, but and hypothetically here, if a more recent person observing this is willing to bid higher, that tells you that the value of the asset's increasing.
Well, not when you ask all those bidders to give you an offer, and then the bidder finds out what the other offers is and comes in and tries to blow up the spot. I mean, if I was one of those bidders, I would say, wait a second, you have my offer, and now all of a sudden this guy knows what my offer is, and he's going to try to.
Fully hear you.
Yeah.
But what I would say is this: in 2008, we explored this, right? And at that time, the conveyance system was worth $18 million, $17 million. It's now worth, I don't know, 55, 56, 1. That's a huge run up in 12 years. Who knows what's going to be worth in another 12 years?
The law changed, right?
You know, and I also think that deal back in 2008, which I think was closer to 14 million, also included us having one of the board of supervisors serving on Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority.
We already had a supervisor on there.
Well, no, it was going to include Pete Stainthorpe also sitting on that board.
He was already there. And
So he was already
the winning bidder, yeah. So the winning bidder at that time was Aqua. The highest bidder was Aqua at that time at 18. My understanding, I could be wrong. That's a long time ago. But Pete Stainthorpe had already been a member of Bucks County Water and Sewer. And I think he recused himself from the vote because he was on the board of a competitor in that respect. So I'm sorry it's 12:18 and I frustrated you with some degree of passion over a public asset that we'll never get back. And I cannot relay to you enough how bad a decision this is. And what's, I'm telling you, 5 or 10 years from now, you will regret this decision. I will not.
Well, I think ultimately too, John, you have to remember the paid professionals that are part of the township might be the ones regretting the decision if it's not the right one, because they're the ones that are going to be held accountable to it.
Okay. Are you going to come back to those paid professionals 5 and 10 years from now and say, hey, you screwed me?
Well, no, I mean, I'm only in office for 5.5 years, but if it turns out that in those 5.5 years, it turns out that, you know, all of these things that we're being told as far as the financial, you know, status of the township and where this money is going to be allocated and how it's going to be worked out doesn't work out, then there's, you know, obviously there's repercussions to that.
Yeah, well,
as far as who's going to be accountable down the road, and will be accountable. The elected officials who make the decision will be accountable. The voters will decide whether we were successful or not, and that's basically the final. That's what's going to happen. So if we're wrong, we'll know. We'll know come election day. Thank you, John, for your comments, your passionate comments. Monica, is there any public comment?
Larry is coming in.
Hey, Larry, give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Larry Borda, 508. Let me turn down my TV here. Sorry. Heritage Oak Drive. You know, I want to thank John for his comments. I think he was right, spot on. I don't understand what the rush is, and to his point, if the bids that were submitted were not submitted on the basis of we guarantee you confidentiality and we guarantee you an award, then why is there a concern about whether or not we actually make an award at this juncture and risk litigation? Can that be explained? David?
I'm not going to get into the litigation science, but we had an expression of interest by an entity, and again, I'll restate it as I did 5.5 hours ago almost. The frustration of getting it when we did and in the form we did. frustration.
Well, I understand frustration, but to John's point, it's a $15 million issue, and you're frustrated.
Let me finish the.
I'm sorry, I thought you were done. I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
It's not that. First of all, the way the document was phrased, it was conditional or contingent. It said prepare to offer. It said financing would be necessary. We already had, and they were aware of this because they went through this process and submitted something May 29th. This is where the frustration comes in. The forms were used. Everything was used in conformity with the process that they had agreed to engage in. And then here we are after the other bids are released and the information is released. They came in for some reasons that, I think perhaps late due diligence. I don't know what it was exactly, but as a result, they submitted something not at the 11th hour, but at hour 11:59:59 that wasn't in conformity with what they had submitted before and they were familiar with. And so the litigation risk, without getting into all the details, you're a lawyer, was substantial. And that was analyzed by not just me, actually other lawyers weighed in before I did. But, I don't want to commit either the bidders who are still here to what they might have done, but I can't imagine knowing those companies, knowing the investment they spent. But by the way, had the situation been flipped and Bucks had submitted something that was the top bid, so to speak, in the evaluation, and one of the other two came in 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, you can bet that they would have sat back and said, okay, well, I guess we're out of the game. Wouldn't have happened. So that's part of the frustration, obviously. But, there's no doubt in my mind, and after analyzing this and discussing it with litigators and other people who have a lot of familiarity with matters involving injunctive relief, not just what we went through last week, no doubt that there would have been a claim that would have tied up the entire process. And there's no guarantee that any expression of interest or bid that had been previously submitted would still be effective, but we could have counted on that, whatever time that would be when the injunction process would be concluded. That's the risk the township would take. We have a fiduciary responsibility to the township, to its residents, yes, to get the best deal, but more importantly, to not get embroiled in something that's going to make it no deal. And that was the risk that we had. And it's, like I said, it's incredibly frustrating. If you can't tell from my reaction, I could tell you that when this thing started to happen, exactly the way I reckon. And that, it's not something that was taken lightly or considered in a way that was cavalier by any means at all.
Are you done?
Yep, I am. Thank you.
So, I mean, look, there's a litigation risk in everything we do. Anybody can sue anybody for anything, right? It's incumbent on you to make an assessment of whether or not that risk is going to come to fruition and cost the township money. If I have somebody come in and give me a cost for doing work on my house and I don't tell them it's going to be confidential and I don't tell them for sure I'm going to award the job, I'm free to shop that number around. And yes, it's frustrating to get this at the last minute. I understand that. Yes, I understand they were sloppy in how they've done it. But these two bids are not going to go away. And all you have to do is exactly what John said. All you have to do is say, we're not going to award now. Change the criteria that you're going to base a future bid on and say we're reconsidering using different parameters, and you're fine. And you've got the potential to pick up another $15 million in remuneration. That's a lot of money.
So
let me finish. For you to say
you've gone well over your 3 to 5 minutes.
Well, that's ridiculous. Look, we're talking. Now wait a minute here. I've waited 5 hours to have comment on something that's a very serious issue, and I'm sick of you cutting me off every single time I make a substantive point. I want an answer on what I'm asking about.
Finish your point then, and we'll move on.
My point is that Mr. Truelove is not doing his job. He should be doing a detailed analysis and thinking creatively about how to allow Bucks County Water to come in and renew that effort in a manner that can be responsibly accepted. These other two bids aren't going to go away.
All right, Mr.
Well, I will answer. No, I'll be glad to answer that. First of all, you make a lot of assumptions that we didn't do exactly what you said. And you also make the assumption that these bids will not go away. I don't think you could say that. We don't know what the.
Oh, come on.
Say that cavalierly without. I mean, that's. I'll look to Tom White and ask him what he would think about that. Tom was part of these discussions. He has more experience than you or I do together, despite our years of experience otherwise in this. I mean, to suggest that somehow that we didn't think creatively, you have no idea the kind of in-depth analysis and review we did in the last several days. You have no idea.
I haven't heard what that analysis is.
Well,
I've just offered you. I've just offered you.
We don't review.
Now you're cutting me off. You can let me finish.
That publicly,
gentlemen. This is not. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is not debate. You've made your point, Mr. Board. I appreciate it.
Well, the bottom line is this is a split decision on a board where two responsible people are telling you this is not a good idea. For a decision like this to sell a huge asset, with there not being a consensus that this is a good idea and being handled in the manner that it's being handled is just simply not appropriate.
I appreciate that, but it's second-class code and 5 supervisors, 3 make a decision, and that's how it works. Thank you very much for your comment. Any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, Peter's on the line.
Okay. Go ahead, Peter.
Can you hear me, Fred?
Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you. First, and I want to make sure I have my full 3 minutes, so I don't want to be interrupted. I might say something.
Peter, go ahead. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine.
Okay. So Ms. Blundy, I don't know who left her vice chair because Dan Grenier is the vice chair, and she's cut in a lot on this conversation, which is perplexing to me. That's number one. Number two, since you didn't give the Bucks County Water and Sewer a hearing today on their old bids, not their current, not their revised bid, but you didn't give them a hearing on the old bid, there might be litigation and you should take that into account. Number three, when you get responses from prospective bidders saying that they aren't interested, this is going back about 3 hours ago, that's a bad sign. That's a very bad sign. I've been involved with a lot of public bids, and when you get people saying they're not interested, it's not something you blow off. That's a bad sign. Number four, I recommend that we reject the bids and start over. This was a very sloppy process with a lack of transparency. Number five, the Lower Makefield Sewer Subcommittee makes the same recommendation, which I hope we'll hear. And lastly, number six, what happened to this, quote, indicative bid, quote, process where these are indicative bids and not final bids? This whole thing has been a farce. We're going to vote on awarding somebody tonight, and there's supposed to be an indicative bid process, which I have to remind you last Wednesday in court that came up. And I don't know what the hell indicative bids means, because we're going right for the gusto right here, and we're going to give somebody this sewer system forever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Any other public comment, Monica?
Yes, we have Zach on the line.
Who? Okay.
Zach.
Okay. Go ahead, Zach. Give your full name, address, and make your comment.
Zachary Rubin, 1661 Covington Road. I rise, actually I'm sitting, to oppose this motion. The township should not sell the sewer system to any for-profit corporation. In 2019, Aqua America had a net profit of over $250 million. Now let's look at rates. Rates equal expenditures, which are operational and capital, plus profit. What does Aqua America do with the profit? A percentage of the company's profit is distributed to its shareholders. In 2019, the dividend rate was 2.13% yield. Therefore, the LMT ratepayers will be enriching the coffers of the Aqua America shareholders, and that is not in the best interest of our ratepayers. I beg you, I implore you to reject all the bids and let's start the bidding again. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. Any other public comment, Monica?
No further public comment.
No further public comment. Okay. Wow. All right. It's now 12:32. Since there's no more comment, and I am not going to make a comment, I'm going to call the question. We have a motion on the table to sell to can we restate the motion?
Do we want to?
You want me to? I'll read what I think it is, just to make sure the record is very clear. Consider resolution to sell the Lower Makefield Township sewer system to Aqua America for the terms expressed in its May 29th, 2020 bid package and related documents, and to direct staff and professionals to take all necessary and appropriate steps to effectuate said sale. And I believe that the motion was made by Ms. Blundy and seconded by Mr. McCarty.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
I can read the resolution if you'd like. It's lengthy. It's up to you.
Opposed? No.
I'm opposed. Let the record state.
Yes.
Thank you.
3-1. Mr. Lewis opposed.
And for the record, Mr. Grenier would have to abstain, and I just want to make sure that the record reflects that he's allowed to do that.
One abstention.
That was his
yes, Mr.
recorded.
Would you please read the resolution?
All right. It's late, but it's lengthy, so I want to make sure that. Whereas the Township of Lower Makefield, by and through its Board of Supervisors, staff, and consultants, has engaged in a process of evaluating the township's sanitary sewer system and potential disposition of the system. And whereas on April 3rd, 2019, the board publicly entered into an agreement with PFM Financial Advisors, LLC for a phase 1 evaluation to perform an analysis of estimated values of the township's sanitary sewer system. And whereas on June 27th, 2019, PFM presented the phase 1 evaluation results to the Township Authority Board. And whereas on July 3rd, 2019, PFM presented the phase 1 evaluation results to the board, and the board publicly entered into an agreement with PFM for phase 2 and phase 3 evaluations and services, in which PFM agreed to undertake outreach to potential investors and/or wastewater utility system operators to confirm market interest in the township sanitary sewer system, establish a transaction timeline, and identify key issues related to the marketability of the assets. And whereas on July 26, 2019, PFM distributed a request for qualifications to over 100 potentially qualified investors and/or wastewater utility system operators, and on August 9th, 2019, the township received responses to the RFQ from 4 investors and/or wastewater utility system operators. And whereas on August 27-28, 2019, township management and PFM met in person and separately with each of the 4 RFQ respondents to interview the respondents, discuss the substance of a potential transaction, and to provide the respondents with a tour of the township's sanitary sewer system. And whereas on October 19, 2019, the board publicly entered into an agreement with Special Regulatory Legal Counsel to assist in the evaluation and transactional phases, and with forward-looking Public Utility Commission assistance as may be needed. And whereas from December 29 to February 2019, to February 2020, the Township, PFM, and Special Regulatory Counsel coordinated a request for indicative bids/terms with the 4 qualified respondents in order to enable the board to thoroughly understand the key terms of any potential transaction, including indicative purchase price and indicative customer rates. And whereas on May 5th, 2020, following pre-qualifications of interested purchasers, solicitation of indicative bids and terms, PFM released a request for bids for the potential sale of township sanitary sewer system. And whereas on May 29th, 2020, the township received compliant bids, collectively known as the bids, for the purchase of the township sanitary sewer system from Pennsylvania American Water Company, Aqua Pennsylvania Wastewater Inc., and Bucks County Water and Sewer Authority. And whereas on June 17th, 2020, the board conducted a public meeting regarding the reasons for and alternatives considered to the sale of the township sanitary sewer system, including presentations by the township manager and PFM and several comments from the public. And whereas on June 29th, 2020, the township conducted additional and final discussions with PAWC and Aqua to ensure all questions raised at and after the June public meeting were addressed. And whereas the board, after careful consideration of the bids in consultation with PFM and Special Regulatory Counsel and after public participation, determines that the sale of the township sanitary sewer system in accordance with the bids is in the best interest of the township, its residents, its taxpayers, and ratepayers. Now, therefore, be it resolved this 12th day of August, 2020, that the Township of Lower Makefield Board of Supervisors and accepts and award the bid to Aqua. I want to make sure I have the name correct here.
Dave, you might have to make that August 13th, 2020.
Okay, amend that to August 13th, 13th day of August, 2020, that the Township of Lower Makefield Board of Supervisors and accepts and award the bid to Aqua Pennsylvania Wastewater, Inc. for the purchase of the township sanitary sewer system in the total amount of, I believe, $53.1 million as detailed in this resolution, and in accordance with the bid and bid documents, and enters into the asset purchase agreement set forth in the bid documents. And now therefore be it resolved that the Township of Lower Makefield Board of Supervisors authorizes PFM, township staff, Special Regulatory Counsel, the township solicitor and township engineer, and related consultants to take all steps necessary to effectuate the award, to execute, deliver, and perform the asset purchase agreement, and all related agreements and documents necessary to close the sale transactions in an efficient and expeditious manner, and to proceed with all necessary regulatory and related submissions necessary to effectuate the sale. And now, therefore, be it further resolved that the township bid package, the bid submitted by Aqua Wastewater America, I hope I have it right. I'm sorry. I want to make sure I have the name right. Aqua Pennsylvania Wastewater, Inc., and the asset purchase agreement, all as referenced in this resolution, are incorporated by references, though fully set forth herein, resolved this 13th day of August, 2020. That's the resolution.
Good luck. Any other business?
Fred, I don't want to, I know it would not be appropriate to discuss it at this time, but I would like to get on the next agenda, the discussion about the customer benefit fund that I would like to talk about. So that's all I'm asking.
To create a trust for customer benefit fund?
Yep. I don't want to use trust legal words. I'm not sure if they're the right ones, but yes, some kind of set aside so that we can help.
For stabilization of the rates?
Yes.
I understand. It will be on the agenda for the next meeting, for the 19th.
Thank you.
We have a special meeting on the 17th for another special meeting on Monday the 17th. Okay, there being no further business, I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you very much. It was a long, hard day.
Good evening, all.
Good night.
Good night,
everyone.